Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, Native American Wisdom Tales. Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to this sacred sanctuary of ancient wisdom flowing from the first peoples of the Americas. These stories are designed to carry you gently into sleep, while your heart receives the deepest truths of balance, connection, and the sacred relationships that hold all life together. Tonight, you'll journey with wisdom keepers from across the vast Americas. From the Arctic ice, where Inuit elders watched the aurora dance, messages between the living and the ancestors, to the cloud forests of the Amazon, where shamans learned the language of river dolphins. From the towering peaks of the Andes, where the Inca understood the marriage between earth and sky, to the Great Plains where Lakota vision seekers discovered what the four directions teach about wholeness. You'll discover how a tiny hummingbird's persistence brought healing to an entire Maya village, what happened when the great polar bear taught patience to a young Inuit hunter in the endless white of the Arctic, how Spider-Woman wove the first dream catcher to protect children's sleep, why the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl gave the Aztec people the gift of perfect balance. You'll witness Sedna's generous sacrifice beneath the frozen seas. Meet the great anaconda, whose colorful skin became the first rainbow bridging earth and sky after the flood. Learn why the singing stones of Patagonia chose to share their ancient music with one restless hunter, and discover how Sky Woman's fall from the heavens became the foundation for all life on Turtle Island. These sacred stories are shared with deep respect for the Indigenous peoples who have been their guardians for countless generations. Each tale has been adapted for this sleep format while honoring the essential wisdom and cultural significance of the original teachings. We acknowledge that these stories belong to living traditions and vibrant communities whose resilience and wisdom continue to bless the world today. Before we begin, please share in the comments where in this beautiful world you're listening tonight. I love connecting with our global community, all gathering here like relatives around the sacred fire to receive these gifts from the Earth's first teachers. Now, place your phone face down so the light won't distract you, but keep it close enough to hear my voice. Settle into your most comfortable position. Let your breathing find its natural rhythm, like the gentle flow of ancient rivers, and prepare to receive these timeless stories in the way they were always meant to be received, through the doorway of an open heart, surrendering into rest. The wisdom keepers of Turtle Island await, their teachings preserved like sacred medicines in the treasury of these tales. Let's begin this journey together, allowing these stories of great birds and patient bears, singing stones and dancing lights, to carry you gently toward the peaceful sleep where all seeking finds its home in the embrace of the ancestors' love. All is well. Let our first wisdom story begin. The woman who fell from the sky. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle wings that caught Sky Woman in her time of greatest need, trusting that you too are held by forces of love beyond your imagining. This is a sacred story from the Haudenosaunee people, the people of the Longhouse, whose wisdom has flowed like rivers through the forests of what would one day be called the Northeastern lands. Listen now, as if you sit beside the council fire in the ancient village of Ganondagun, nestled in the fertile valley where the Honagoy Creek winds through stands of towering oak and maple. The year is countless seasons before the coming of the European ships, when the morning mist still rises untouched from Canandaigua Lake, and the Six Nations live in the harmony their ancestors established when the world was young. Elder grandmother Ayana speaks these words as autumn paints the forest in sacred colors, her voice carrying across the circle where children lean close and adults remember their own first hearing of this most important tale. In the time before time, when the world below was nothing but endless waters stretching to every horizon, there existed above the clouds a sky world of unimaginable beauty. Ancient trees grew there, whose roots ran deeper than memory, their branches heavy with fruits that never knew decay. Crystal streams flowed between meadows where flowers bloomed eternal, and the people of that realm lived in harmony that had no beginning and would know no end. In this celestial place stood the great tree of light, its trunk so vast that 100 people joining hands could not embrace it, its crown reaching towards stars that sang in languages older than words. The tree's roots spread through the very floor of the sky world, and from its blossoms came the light that blessed all who dwelt in that sacred realm. There lived among these sky people a young woman whose spirit shone like morning itself. Her feet knew every path through the celestial meadows. Her hands had touched every flower that bloomed in the gardens of forever, but within her heart, something stirred like wind through autumn leaves, a longing she could not name, a calling that pulled her toward the edges of all she had ever known. One day, as she walked beside the great tree, she noticed that one of its massive roots had loosened, creating a hollow space in the earth of the sky world. Curious as the first bird to sing at dawn, she knelt beside the opening and peered down into depths that seemed to hold the mystery of creation itself. But as she leaned closer, the earth gave way beneath her. Down she fell, down through the opening, down through the floor of the sky world, tumbling toward the endless waters far below. The sky people reached for her, called to her, but she was already beyond their grasp, falling through clouds and mist and empty air toward a world that knew only ocean. Yet in this moment, that seemed like ending, the greatest beginning was about to unfold. High above the waters, the birds felt her falling. The great geese, whose wings carried them across the vast sky roads, looked up and saw her desperate plight. Without hesitation, without thought of cost or danger, they spread their wings wide and flew as one toward this falling star of the sky world. Their wings caught her gently, thousands of feathers becoming a living cloud of support. The swans joined them, their graceful necks extended, their voices calling to all who could hear. The eagles soared up from their mountain eyries, the hawks from their forest homes, the small songbirds abandoning their nests, all joining in this great rescue that would be remembered as long as wind moves through leaves. They carried her slowly, carefully, their wings working as one great wing, their hearts beating in rhythm like the drums of creation itself. But even their mighty strength could not hold her forever above the endless waters, and they knew that soon they must find another way. Far below, in the depths of the great ocean, the water beings felt disturbance in their realm. The ancient turtle, wise beyond the counting of seasons, slowly rose from depths where darkness held its own kind of light. His shell, broad as a small island, broke the surface of the water just as the birds began to falter in their flight. "Rest her here," called the turtle, his voice deep as underwater valleys. "My shell can hold her, but it will need earth to make a place where she can truly dwell." The water creatures looked at one another with the question that moves all creation: who will dive to the very bottom of the world to bring up the mud that will become the foundation of all life to come? The beaver, proud of his swimming, dove first. Down he went through the dark waters, deeper than any beaver had ever swum, but the bottom remained beyond his reach. Up he came, gasping, his lungs burning with the effort. The loon tried next, her sleek body cutting through the water like a feathered arrow. Deeper she dove than any loon before her, but still the bottom lay beyond her grasp. She too surfaced, exhausted by the attempt. One by one, the water creatures tried, each giving their utmost effort, each falling short of the depths where the first earth waited. The otter dove, the fish, the great beaver's cousin, all seeking what seemed impossible to find. Finally, the smallest among them spoke. The muskrat, humble and unassuming, stepped forward on the turtle's shell, where Sky Woman now rested, still unconscious from her great fall. "Let me try," said the muskrat, her voice quiet but determined. Some of the larger creatures almost laughed. How could the smallest succeed where the mighty had failed? But Turtle nodded slowly, wisdom recognizing wisdom, however small it might appear. Down dove the little muskrat, her tiny paws paddling with fierce determination, down through the cold layers where no light had ever shone, down past the places where the others had turned back, down into the deepest darkness where the original mud of creation waited. Her lungs screamed for air, her heart hammered against her tiny ribs, but still she swam downward, driven by love for this sky woman who had fallen so far from home, driven by the knowledge that sometimes the smallest hands are chosen to hold the greatest gifts. At last her paws touched the bottom of the world. There, in that primordial darkness, she grasped a pawful of mud, the sacred earth from which all dry land would grow, but the effort was too much for her small body. As she began the long swim upward, her heart gave out, and she drowned in the depths she had conquered. When her small body floated to the surface, the other creatures saw the mud still clutched in her tiny paws. With great reverence, they took that handful of earth and spread it gently on the turtle shell around the sleeping sky woman. And then the miracle began. The mud began to grow, spreading slowly across the turtle's back. First it was just a small mound, then a hill, then a meadow, then forests and valleys and rivers flowing toward distant shores. The turtle's shell became an entire world, a place of beauty and abundance that would welcome all who came to dwell upon it. Sky Woman awakened to find herself no longer falling, but resting on solid ground that smelled of new beginnings. The earth was soft beneath her hands, rich with possibilities she had never imagined in the perfection of the sky world. And in her hands, she discovered she still held seeds from the great tree of light, seeds that had fallen with her and now could find their home in this new earth. She planted the seeds with tears of gratitude, and from them grew the three sisters, corn and beans and squash, the plants that would feed the people who would come after. She planted other seeds too, and from them came all the foods that would sustain life on this turtle island. Perhaps you too, dear listener, have known what it feels like to fall from a familiar place, to find yourself in circumstances you never chose, surrounded by uncertainty that stretches like an ocean in every direction. Perhaps you have felt the fear of leaving behind everything you thought you knew, tumbling toward a future you cannot see. But remember Sky Woman's story. Remember how her falling became the foundation of all life to come. Remember how the creatures she had never met chose to catch her, how the smallest among them gave everything to help her begin again. Remember that what feels like ending might be the first moment of something more beautiful than anything you left behind. The birds who caught her teach us that support often comes from unexpected places, that communities we never knew existed will sometimes spread their wings to hold us when we fall. The muskrat reminds us that great gifts often come through small actions, that the courage to dive deep when others turn back can change everything, not just for ourselves but for all who come after. Sky Woman herself shows us that carrying seeds of the old life into the new earth allows something unprecedented to grow, that beginnings and endings are not opposites but partners in the dance of becoming. And all is well. All has always been well. In the great cooperation that catches every falling soul, and the endless creativity that transforms every ending into fertile ground for new life, where the same courage that moved the muskrat to dive deep moves through you now, ready to plant the seeds you carry in whatever new earth you find yourself upon. Perfect foundation for the beginning that waits to grow from every place where you thought everything was ending. All is well. The Singing Stones. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the ancient wind that brings music from the stones themselves, teaching you to hear the wisdom that speaks in every silence. This is a sacred story from the Tehuelche people, the the Onikenk, who call themselves the people of the south wind. Listen now, as if you sit in the shelter of a windbreak made from guanaco hides, in the shadow of the great stone teeth that pierce the sky near the place they call Chalten, the smoking mountain. The season is Koshkan, the time of long light, when the sun barely sleeps and the glacial rivers run heavy with meltwater. The year is 7 generations before the bearded strangers will arrive on their floating houses, when the world still remembers its first songs. Ancient Kosh speaks these words, his voice weathered like the stones themselves, while the southern wind carries the scent of ice and wild flowers across the endless steppes where sky and grass become one. There was once a young hunter. His name was Kaiken. His feet knew every game trail. The vast pampas stretched around him like a brown ocean beneath a sky, so enormous it seemed to swallow the very idea of boundaries. Here the wind never stopped moving, never paused in its ancient conversation with the grass that rippled in waves, reaching toward mountains so distant they shimmered like blue smoke on the edge of the world. The air tasted of snow from peaks that had never known human footprints, of salt from seas he had never seen, of the breath of condors whose wings cast shadows across valleys, carved by ice older than memory. Day after day, Kaiken pursued the herds. His arrows flew true as lightning. His feet never tired on the endless walking, but each successful hunt left him somehow more hollow than before, as if he were a gourd that someone kept emptying faster than it could be filled. The meat fed his family. The hides kept them warm through the screaming winds of winter. Yet something in his spirit grew thinner with each passing moon, like a shadow at midday that seems to disappear even while the thing that casts it stands solid in the light. One morning, as the sun painted the grass silver with dew, and the air hummed with the songs of birds whose names he knew in the old language, Kaiken decided to follow a game trail that led towards something he had seen many times but never approached. A cluster of ancient stones, granite towers that rose from the earth like the fingers of buried giants. Each step took him further from the familiar hunting grounds. The morning air grew thin and sharp. The grass beneath his moccasins whispered in languages he had never learned to speak, but somehow understood in the marrow of his bones. The stones stood in a rough circle, each one taller than 3 men, their surfaces carved by wind and ice into shapes that seemed to shift when glimpsed from the corner of his eye. Some leaned against their neighbors, like old friends, sharing secrets that had been accumulating since the world first learned to dream. Others stood alone, proud as warriors, their shadows creating pools of coolness in the vast brightness of the plain. Kaiken approached them cautiously. The wind here moved differently. It swirled around the stones in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost conscious, like the movements of a dancer following steps choreographed by forces older than thought. He sat down in the center of the stone circle, closed his eyes, let the sun warm his face, while the wind played through his hair like the fingers of an invisible grandmother, gentle and knowing and infinitely patient. For the first time in many moons, he allowed himself to simply be still, to stop hunting, stop pursuing, stop trying to capture anything at all. And in that stillness, like the first star appearing in the darkening sky, he began to hear it. At first, it was barely audible, a sound so soft it might have been his imagination, might have been the whisper of his own blood moving through his veins. But as he listened more carefully, keeping his breathing quiet and his body perfectly still, the sound grew clearer, more distinct, more undeniably real. The stones were singing. Each stone held its own note, deep and resonant as the earth itself groaning in its sleep. When the wind moved across their surfaces in just the right way, at just the right angle, with just the right pressure, they vibrated with frequencies that seemed to rise from the very heart of the world. The smaller stones sang higher, bright and clear as the calls of birds announcing dawn. The massive central stone hummed so low that Kaiken felt it in his bones rather than heard it with his ears, a vibration that seemed to remind his body of truths it had forgotten how to remember. But it was not just individual notes, scattered across the wind, like seeds. As the air currents shifted and changed direction, as the pressure dropped and rose with the breathing of the sky itself, the stones sang together, harmonies that made Kaiken's spirit soar like a condor, riding the thermal currents above the peaks. Melodies that told stories, rhythms that marked time, not in heartbeats or footsteps, but in the great turnings of seasons and the slow dance of mountains wearing down to sand. Sometimes the melody was sad, as mourning, speaking of all that had been lost when the ice sheets retreated and the giant beasts disappeared into the mists of forgetting. Sometimes it was joyful as the first grass of spring, celebrating the endless return of life to places that seemed barren and forgotten. Sometimes it was so hauntingly beautiful that tears ran down his weathered cheeks without his understanding why, as if the stones were singing directly to some part of him that lived deeper than thought, older than memory. He sat there through the entire day, listening, learning, letting the music teach him languages he had never known existed. As the wind changed direction and intensity with the passing hours, the stone's music changed too, telling different stories, sharing different wisdoms, offering different gifts to any who had ears to hear and hearts humble enough to receive. They sang of the great herds that had thundered across these plains for countless generations, of the people who had followed them, of the cycles of abundance and scarcity that shaped all life beneath the southern sky, like the hands of an invisible potter working with clay that breathed and moved and dreamed. But more than that, they sang of connections, the invisible threads that linked hunter to hunted, stone to sky, wind to grass, heart to heart, across all the distances that seemed to separate but never truly divided. They sang of the great web that held all things in relationship, the pattern too vast and intricate for any single mind to grasp, but simple enough for any open heart to feel. As the sun began to set, painting the western sky in shades of copper and gold that had no names in any human language, Kaiken heard in the stone's song something that made his heart leap with recognition. It was his own story, his own restlessness, his own hunger for something he could not name. But the stones did not sing of his hunger as a problem to be solved. They sang of it as a calling, a summons, an invitation to listen more deeply to what the world was trying to teach him. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense that in our busy hunting for what we think we need, we sometimes walk right past the very thing our souls are truly seeking. Perhaps you too have felt that restlessness that comes from trying to capture life instead of learning to listen to it, like someone trying to hold water in their hands instead of learning to drink from the stream. Kaiken understood in that moment, in the space between one note and the next, that all his hunting had been a kind of deafness, a way of moving through the world that made it impossible to hear what the world was trying to tell him. He had been so focused on taking what he needed that he had forgotten how to receive what was freely offered, like a man standing in the rain and dying of thirst because he was too busy looking for a cup. As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, each one a distant echo of the music he had been hearing, the stone's song grew softer, but somehow more profound, as if they were sharing their deepest secrets with this hunter who had finally learned to be still enough to hear them. They sang of patience that outlasts mountains, of wisdom that flows like underground rivers, invisible but essential, of the kind of strength that comes not from pursuing, but from allowing oneself to be taught by forces older than ambition, gentler than need. When dawn came, painting the eastern horizon in shades of rose and gold, Kaiken rose from his place among the singing stones, But he was no longer the same person who had sat down there when the previous day was young. His restlessness had settled into a deep calm that felt as solid as the stones themselves, as reliable as the wind that would never stop moving across the endless grass. His eyes, when they looked across the vast grasslands, saw not just hunting grounds, but a living tapestry, relationships and stories and songs too subtle for ordinary hearing, too important for ordinary forgetting. He returned to his people, but his hunting changed completely. Now he moved across the land, not like one trying to take something from it, but like one learning to dance with it. He still provided for his family. His arrows still flew true, but he did so with a gentleness and gratitude that the animals seemed to sense and respect. His success came not from forcing the world to give him what he wanted, but from learning to receive what it was willing to offer when approached with the right kind of listening. And sometimes, when the wind was just right and his heart was perfectly still, Kaiken could hear the singing stones even from great distances. Their ancient melodies reminded him that the greatest wisdom comes not from what we pursue, but from what we allow ourselves to receive when we finally stop running long enough to listen. The stones teach us that the earth itself is always speaking, always offering its guidance, always singing the songs that can heal the restlessness in our hearts. If we learn to be still enough to hear them, they remind us that some of the most important conversations happen not through words, but through the willingness to sit quietly in the presence of what is older and wiser than our endless desires. And all is well. All has always been well. In the eternal singing that rises from the stones of being, and the patient listening that opens when we stop hunting what we think we lack and start receiving what has always been freely offered, where the same ancient wisdom that flows through granite and wind flows through you, now perfectly attuned to the music that plays wherever stillness meets the willingness to hear what the world has been trying to sing to you all along. All is well. Sedna's gift of abundance. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle current that flows beneath the ice, teaching you to trust in the abundance that comes when we learn to give as much as we receive. This is a sacred story from the Inuit people, the people who call themselves Inuktitut, those who speak the real language of the ice and wind. Listen now as if you huddle in the warm glow of a kolik, the seal oil lamp that burns steady and bright, inside an igloo built on the sea ice, near the place they call Sermelik, where the glaciers meet the dark waters of what outsiders will someday name Baffin Bay. The season is Ukiuk, the deep winter when the sun sleeps for months beneath the horizon, and the aurora dances green and silver across the star-filled sky. The year is countless generations before the first white explorers will lose themselves in these waters, when the ice still remembers the songs of creation and the seals still speak to those who know how to listen. Old Tapisa tells this story, her voice soft as snow falling on water, while the wind outside sings its ancient song and the seal oil flame casts dancing shadows on walls of living ice. There was once a time when the sea gave nothing. The ice stretched endless and empty. No seals surfaced to breathe. The people of the ice were starving, their children growing thin as the bone needles their mothers used for sewing, their elders growing quiet as stones worn smooth by water. Day after day, the hunters returned with empty sleds, their faces carved with worry, deeper than the crevasses that split the glacial ice. The women waited by breathing holes that never showed so much as a whisker, their hands growing numb around harpoons that found no targets. But deep beneath the ice, in the dark halls of the ocean floor, where no sunlight had ever danced, lived Sedna, the sea goddess. Her long black hair flowed like kelp in the eternal currents, and her eyes held the green light of the deepest waters, where the whale songs echo like prayers. she who controlled all the creatures of the sea, she who decided when the seals would surface and when the walrus would gather on the ice, she who held the power of life and death for all who lived where ocean and sky meet in an endless dance of blue and white. But Sedna was angry. Her hair had become tangled and matted, twisted into knots that caught the souls of fish and held them prisoner in tangles thick as rope. She could not comb it herself, for her hands had been transformed long ago into powerful flippers that could command the currents, but could not work the delicate task of unknotting hair fine as water grass. The more tangled her hair became, the fewer sea creatures could swim free to visit the world above. The seals remained trapped in her locks. The fish swam in circles. The whales sang songs of confusion that echoed through the deep waters like the cries of lost children. Among the people above, there lived a young Angakuk, a shaman whose name was Kivyuk, whose spirit could travel between the worlds of ice and water, flesh and dream. His grandmother had taught him the old songs, the ones that could call a soul out of a body and send it swimming through realms where different laws applied, where breath was not needed and distance meant nothing more than intention. When the hunger had lasted so long that even the dogs were growing weak, the elders came to Kivyuk. Their faces were grave as winter storms. "Our people are dying," they said. "The sea gives us nothing. You must travel to the bottom of the world and discover why Sedna has turned her face from us." Kivyuk nodded, understanding the weight of what they asked. To journey to Sedna's realm was to risk everything, for not all who traveled to the bottom of the sea ever found their way back to the world of breathing and warmth. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener. This moment when you realize that the abundance you have always counted on has somehow dried up, when the sources of nourishment that once seemed endless now offer nothing but emptiness. Perhaps you have felt that panic that comes when what you need to survive seems to have withdrawn its gifts, leaving you to wonder what you might have done to deserve such scarcity. That night, as the aurora painted the sky in sheets of green fire, and the stars watched like the eyes of ancient spirits, Kivyuk prepared for his journey. He lay down on the sleeping platform in his family's igloo, his body warm beneath covers of caribou hide and Arctic fox fur, but his spirit ready to travel paths that had no need of warmth or breath or the solid ground beneath his feet. His grandmother sang the old songs, her voice wavering but strong, calling his soul out of his body, like coaxing a shy child from its hiding place. Slowly, carefully, Kivyuk felt himself separating from flesh and bone, becoming something that could move through ice as easily as air, that could breathe water as naturally as wind. Down he traveled, through the ice that formed the floor of his world, down through the dark waters where no seal had swum for longer than memory could measure, down past the places where fish should have been schooling, down past the underwater valleys where walrus should have been feeding on clams and mussels, down to the very bottom of the sea where Sedna's hall stood like a palace made of coral and whalebone, kelp and the shells of creatures so ancient they had no names in any human language. He found her there, the sea goddess, sitting on a throne carved from a single massive whale vertebra, her hair spread around her like a black ocean within the ocean, tangled so thickly that he could see the shapes of seals and fish and whales caught within its coils, their eyes pleading for freedom they could not achieve alone. Sedna's own eyes were dark as the deepest trenches, filled with a sadness that seemed older than the ice itself. When she saw Kivyuk approaching, she did not speak, but her gaze asked the question that hung between them, like mist rising from open water. Why have your people forgotten how to give back what they receive? Without words, because in that place, language worked differently than in the world above. Kivyuk understood. The hunters had been taking seals, but forgetting to offer thanks. They had been harvesting the gifts of the sea, but neglecting to give back to the waters that sustained them. They had been receiving abundance, but failing to remember that all taking must be balanced with giving, all receiving with offering, all harvest with gratitude expressed in ways that mattered to the source of the gifts. Slowly, gently, with hands that moved like seagrass in the current, Kiviuk began to comb Sedna's hair. Each knot required patience. Each tangle told a story of thoughtlessness, of taking without gratitude, of forgetting that abundance flows only when the circle remains unbroken between giving and receiving. As he worked, he spoke to her in the language that spirits understand, promising that he would teach his people to remember the old ways, to offer the first piece of every seal to the waters, to speak words of thanks before each hunt, to remember that they were not masters of the sea, but participants in an exchange that had to be honored if it was to continue. Strand by strand, Sedna's hair began to flow free, and as it did, the creatures trapped within it began to swim again, their fins and flippers moving with joy as they remembered their freedom. Seals dove and surfaced, their whiskers twitching with delight. Fish schooled in silver clouds that caught the dim light filtering down from the world above. Whales sang songs of celebration that echoed through the deep waters like the laughter of giants. Sedna's sadness began to lift like fog, dispersing in the morning sun. Her eyes brightened with the green light of healthy seas, and her voice, when she finally spoke, was like the sound of waves caressing a peaceful shore. "Tell your people," she said, "that the sea's abundance is infinite, but only for those who understand that every gift comes with the responsibility to give back. The hunter who takes a seal and offers nothing in return will find empty waters, but the hunter who takes with gratitude and gives back with love will never know hunger." Maybe you have discovered this truth in your own life, dear listener, this understanding that the flow of abundance depends not just on your ability to receive, but on your willingness to give back to the sources that sustain you. Perhaps you have learned that the relationships that nourish us most deeply are those where the circle of giving and receiving remains unbroken, where gratitude flows as freely as need. Kiviuk returned to his body as dawn was breaking, painting the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold that seemed to promise new beginnings. His family found him sitting up on the sleeping platform, his eyes bright with the light of deep waters, his voice strong with the authority of one who had journeyed to the bottom of the world and returned with wisdom. He gathered the people and told them everything Sedna had shown him. The hunters listened with the attention of those who had felt their children's hunger in their own bellies. The women nodded with the understanding of those who had waited too long by empty breathing holes. From that day forward, the people changed their ways. Before every hunt, they spoke words of gratitude to Sedna and the spirits of the animals they hoped to find. After every successful catch, they offered portions back to the sea, understanding that what came from the waters must return to the waters if the cycle was to continue. They taught their children that abundance was not something to be seized, but something to be invited through the proper balance of taking and giving. And the sea responded. The seals returned, their dark heads popping up through breathing holes like flowers blooming in the ice. The fish ran thick as clouds of silver light. The whales passed by in numbers that had not been seen for generations, their songs carrying across the water like hymns of gratitude that echoed the thanksgiving in human hearts. The people never forgot Sedna's teaching. In their most abundant times, they remembered to give back. In their times of scarcity, they trusted that the balance would return if they kept their part of the sacred agreement between human need and the sea's generosity. And all is well, all has always been well, in the eternal circulation that flows between giving and receiving, and the patient abundance that opens when we remember that every gift comes with the invitation to give back, where the same generous current that freed the seals from Sedna's tangled hair flows through your life now, perfectly designed to provide everything you need when you learn to balance your taking with thanksgiving, your receiving with offering, your acceptance of abundance with the wisdom to keep the circle flowing. All is well. The hummingbird's medicine. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the swift wings of the hummingbird, teaching you that even the smallest acts of love can heal the deepest wounds. This is a sacred story from the Maya people, the Quiche, who call themselves the children of corn, whose wisdom flows like the sacred rivers through the highlands of what their ancestors named Iximilu, the land of corn. Listen now, as if you sit on woven mats in the ceremonial house overlooking the jade-green waters of Lake Atitlan, where 3 sacred volcanoes pierce the sky like ancient prayers made manifest in stone. The season is Wayab, the 5 unlucky days at the end of the year when the veil between worlds grows thin as morning mist. The year is 10 katuns before the bearded strangers will arrive with their ships and their metal, when the ceiba trees still whisper directly to those who know their true names, and the Quetzal birds carry messages between the earth and the 13 levels of heaven. Grandmother Ixchel speaks these words, her voice gentle as rain on broad leaves, while copal incense rises in spirals that dance with the prayers of all who gather to remember this most important teaching. There was once a time of great sickness. The people were dying. Children burned with fevers that no remedy could touch. In the highland villages, where the morning mist clung to mountain sides covered in coffee trees and sacred corn, a plague had come, like a shadow cast by no visible thing. It crept from house to house, from family to family, leaving behind empty sleeping mats and the sound of mothers weeping for children who would never again chase butterflies through the bean patches or help their fathers plant the 3 sisters in the rich volcanic soil. The curanderos, the healers who knew the old plant medicines, worked day and night. They burned sacred copal. They made offerings of cacao and precious jade to the 4 directions. They climbed to the high places where the most powerful healing plants grew, searching among the cloud forests for remedies that might turn back this mysterious illness that seemed to laugh at every treatment they tried. But the sickness was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It seemed to feed on the very life force of those it touched, draining their energy like a dry season that never ended, leaving them weak as corn stalks after the harvest has been gathered, and the fields lie waiting for the rains that may never come. In the village of Panajakel, where the lake waters lapped against shores lined with wild calla lilies, and the air smelled of wood smoke and flowering coffee, there lived a small girl named Itzel, whose grandmother was the most respected curandera for many days' walk in any direction. Itzel loved to follow her grandmother into the forest, learning the names and properties of plants, discovering which roots could ease pain and which leaves could bring down fever, understanding that every growing thing held some gift for those who approached it with respect and gratitude. But now even her grandmother's vast knowledge seemed powerless against this new plague. Day after day, the old woman returned from her healing work, with shoulders bent under the weight of her inability to help, her medicine bag lighter because she had given away every remedy she knew. Yet the sickness continued to spread like fire through dry grass, consuming the healthy and leaving despair in its wake. Itzel watched her grandmother grow thin with worry and exhaustion. She saw the elders gathering in worried circles, their voices low as they discussed what offerings might appease whatever spirits had brought this curse upon their people. She heard the mothers singing sad songs as they tended children whose bright eyes had grown dull as stones worn smooth by water. And in her young heart, fierce as the morning sun, rising over the volcanoes, a determination began to grow. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this moment when you realize that the people you love most are suffering and all the usual solutions have been tried and found wanting. Perhaps you have felt that combination of heartbreak and determination that comes when you see pain that seems beyond healing, when you wonder if there might be some way, some possibility that others have not yet discovered. One morning, before the roosters had begun their calling, and while the mist still hung like prayer shawls over the water, Itzel crept out of her family's house and made her way to the shore of the lake. She knelt among the reeds, where the water lapped gently against the volcanic sand, and she began to pray in the way her grandmother had taught her, with words that came not from her mind, but from the deepest place in her heart. "Sacred lake," she whispered to the dark waters that reflected the last stars of night. "Sacred mountains, sacred spirits of all the plants that grow in the high places where the clouds are born. My people are dying, and we do not know how to heal them. If there is medicine that we have not found, if there are healing plants that grow too far or too high for us to reach, please show me the way." As she spoke these words, a small movement in the air caught her attention. There, hovering just above the water, among the broad leaves of a water lily, was a hummingbird unlike any she had ever seen. Its throat shimmered with colors that seemed to shift between emerald and sapphire and gold, like the surface of the lake when sunlight dances on small waves. Its wings moved so fast, they were invisible, creating a sound like the whisper of wind through corn silk. The tiny bird looked at her with eyes that seemed far too wise for such a small creature, and then, without warning, it spoke to her in a voice like the ringing of the smallest silver bell. "Child of the corn," the hummingbird said, "I have heard your prayer, and I know of the medicine your people need, but it grows in a place so high and far that no human feet have ever walked there, on the slopes of the great volcano that touches the sky, where the air is too thin for human lungs, and the cold would freeze the blood of any who tried to climb so high." Itzel felt her heart sink, like a stone dropped into deep water. "Then there is no hope," she said, her voice barely louder than the lake water lapping against the shore. But the hummingbird's eyes sparkled with something that might have been mischief, or joy, or the kind of determination that recognizes no obstacles. "I did not say there was no hope," the tiny bird replied. "I said no human could make such a journey, but I am not human, and my wings know no boundaries that cannot be crossed, no heights that cannot be reached, no distances that cannot be traveled, if the need is great enough and the love is pure enough." And with that, the hummingbird rose into the air, its wings catching the first light of dawn like fragments of rainbow, and began to fly toward the great volcano, whose peak was hidden in clouds that seemed to touch the very edge of heaven. For 3 days and 3 nights, the hummingbird flew, higher than the eagle soared, higher than the clouds where the lightning was born, higher than the place where the thin air gave way to the realm of the stars themselves. Its tiny heart beat faster than a shaman's drum in ceremony, its wings never stopping their invisible dance, its purpose as unwavering as the love that had sent it on this impossible journey. On the slopes near the summit, where the volcanic soil was enriched with minerals from the very heart of the earth, and the air shimmered with energies that existed nowhere else in the world, the hummingbird found what it was seeking, a plant unlike any other, with leaves that seemed to hold their own inner light, and flowers that pulsed with healing power so strong it could be felt rather than seen. But here was the challenge that would test the hummingbird's heart as much as its wings. The plant was enormous, each leaf larger than the bird's entire body, its roots anchored deep in the volcanic soil with a strength that had been building for centuries. How could such a tiny creature carry medicine large enough to heal an entire village? The hummingbird circled the plant, considering, and then began to do what hummingbirds do best. It started with the smallest piece it could manage, a single drop of nectar from one flower, carrying it in its tiny beak as it began the long journey back down the mountain. When it reached the village, it mixed that single drop with lake water and gave it to the sickest child, watching as color returned to the small face and strength flowed back into limbs that had been weak as grass. Then it flew back up the mountain for another drop, and another, and another. Perhaps this reminds you, dear listener, of times in your own life when the healing that was needed seemed impossibly large and your own capacity to help seemed impossibly small. Perhaps you have felt like that hummingbird, wondering how your small actions could possibly make a difference in the face of such overwhelming need. Day after day, the hummingbird made its journeys. Each trip took everything the small bird had to give. Each flight pushed the limits of what such tiny wings could accomplish. But with each drop of medicine brought down from the sacred heights, another child began to recover, another mother stopped weeping, another family began to hope again. The people of the village watched in amazement as this tiniest of healers refused to give up, refused to accept that the task was too big or the distance too far. They saw how joy seemed to pour from the hummingbird's very being, how it sang as it flew, how its determination never wavered even when storms arose or wind tried to blow it off course. And slowly, inspired by the hummingbird's example, the people began to help in whatever ways they could. The children made small offerings of flower petals to give the bird strength for its journeys. The women sang encouragement as it passed overhead. The men cleared obstacles from its flight path and built small shelters where it could rest between trips. When the last sick child had been healed and the plague had been driven from their land, like darkness fleeing before the dawn, the hummingbird came to rest one final time on Itzel's outstretched hand. Its tiny chest rose and fell with exhaustion, but its eyes still sparkled with the joy that had carried it through the impossible task. "Little sister," Itzel whispered, "you have saved us all, but why did you do this? Why did you risk everything for people who are not even your kind?" The hummingbird tilted its head, and its voice, though soft as the whisper of wind through flower petals, carried a wisdom that seemed to come from the very heart of creation itself. Because, it said, joy shared becomes medicine, and love given freely multiplies like seeds on the wind. When we do what we can with what we have, no matter how small it seems, we become part of the great healing that the world is always trying to accomplish. The size of the gift matters less than the size of the heart that gives it. And with those words, the hummingbird spread its rainbow wings and flew away, leaving behind a village full of healthy children and a teaching that would be passed down through generations, that the medicine the world needs most often comes not through grand gestures, but through small acts of love, repeated with persistence and joy, until what seemed impossible becomes inevitable. And all is well. All has always been well. In the patient persistence that carries healing one small act at a time, and the boundless joy that transforms every gesture of love into medicine for the world, where the same determination that lifted the hummingbird to impossible heights moves through you now, perfectly designed to bring healing wherever it is needed most, one small act of love at a time, until the medicine you carry in your heart reaches every place that needs the gift of your caring. All is well. The northern lights dance. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the dancing spirits across the endless sky, teaching you that love never dies but only changes form, forever weaving between the worlds of memory and light. This is a sacred story from the Cree people, the Nahiawak, who call themselves the exact people, whose understanding flows like the great rivers that carve their way through the muskeg and tundra of what they name Kisiskachiwani Sipi, the swift-flowing river that runs toward the place where ice meets sky. Listen now as if you sit wrapped in warm rabbit fur robes beside a fire of tamarack and birch, in a winter lodge built where the tree line gives way to the endless barrens near what the people call Atikwiikasowipimak, the place where the caribou cross the frozen waters. The season is Mikisiwipisim, the eagle moon when the cold bites so hard that breath becomes visible. Prayer and the aurora dances every clear night. The year is 8 generations before the fur traders will build their posts along these rivers, when the caribou still thunder across the tundra in numbers beyond counting, and the wolves still sing the old songs that teach the wind which way to blow. Ancient Kokum speaks these words, her voice soft as snow falling on still water, while outside the lodge the aurora paints the sky in sheets of green and silver fire, and her grandchildren lean close to learn the truth that lives between the worlds of flesh and light. There was once a young hunter named Musqua. He lived with his grandmother. She was the only family he had left in the world. In the vast lands where winter ruled for more moons than summer dreamed of ruling, where the caribou moved like flowing rivers across terrain so enormous that a person could walk for many sleeps without seeing another human soul, Musqua and his grandmother made their life together with the kind of quiet contentment that comes from understanding exactly what is needed and never wanting more than can be given by the land and the animals who share it. His grandmother's name was Nokomis, and she had lived so long that the wrinkles on her face told stories of seasons beyond counting. Her hands knew every task that kept life flowing through the long darkness: how to prepare the caribou, hide so it stayed soft as a baby's cheek, even in the cruelest cold, how to make pemmican that would sustain a hunter through journeys that stretched from one moon to the next, how to read the sky for signs of weather that might be coming from directions no one else could see. But more than these practical wisdoms, Nokomis carried in her heart the stories that connected the world of the living to the worlds that lay beyond the reach of ordinary seeing. She knew the names of stars that had guided her own grandmother across unmarked expanses of snow and ice. She remembered the songs that could call the spirits of helpful animals when hunting grew difficult, and she understood the language that the aurora spoke when it danced across the winter sky in colors that had no names in any human tongue. Musqua loved his grandmother with the fierce devotion of an orphaned child who had found in one person all the family the world would ever give him. He brought her the best parts of every animal he hunted, made sure the fire in their lodge never died even during the coldest nights, listened with the attention of winter ice to every story she told, every lesson she shared, every piece of wisdom she had gathered during her long journey through seasons of joy and sorrow. But as the winters accumulated like snow building into drifts too deep to measure, Nokomis began to grow frail as spring ice that knows its time for melting has come. Her steps became slower, her voice grew soft as wind through distant trees. Her eyes, though still bright with love and intelligence, began to look more often toward horizons that Musqua could not see, as if she were already beginning to hear calls from places he was not yet ready to visit. One morning, when the aurora had danced with unusual brightness the night before, and the air held that peculiar stillness that sometimes comes before great changes, Musqua awakened to find that his grandmother had died in her sleep, passing as gently as a sigh into whatever realm waits beyond the last breath. The grief that filled his chest felt larger than his body could possibly contain. It was the kind of sorrow that seems to expand like water freezing, threatening to split apart everything that had once felt solid and reliable. For the first time in his life, Musqua was truly alone in a landscape that suddenly seemed empty as a sky without stars, silent as a forest without wind. Perhaps you know this kind of loss, dear listener. This moment when someone who has been the foundation of your world simply disappears, leaving behind a silence so complete it seems to mock every sound that tries to fill it. Perhaps you have felt that particular loneliness that comes not from being by yourself, but from knowing that the person who understood you best has traveled beyond the reach of all the words you still need to say. Following the old customs, Musqua prepared his grandmother's body with the care she had taught him to give to every important task. He wrapped her in her finest caribou hide, the one she had decorated with porcupine quills, dyed in patterns that told the story of her family line. He placed beside her the tools she would need for whatever work awaited her in the next world: her sewing kit, her fire-making materials, her small bag of sacred medicines. Then he built a scaffold in the traditional way, raising her body toward the sky, so that her spirit could more easily find its way to the dancing grounds where the ancestors gathered when darkness fell across the northern lands. That night, as he sat alone beside his fire with a heart heavier than stone, Musqua looked up at the sky and saw the aurora beginning its nightly dance. But tonight something was different. The lights seemed brighter, more purposeful in their movements, as if they were trying to communicate something specific rather than simply painting beautiful patterns across the winter darkness. As he watched, the green and silver streams of light began to move in ways that seemed almost familiar. They swayed and spun, paused and resumed, traced patterns that reminded him of something he had seen before but could not quite place in his memory. And then, with a recognition that hit him like a warm wind in the middle of winter, Musqua realized what he was seeing. The aurora was dancing the same movements his grandmother had made when she danced the old dances, the ceremonial steps that connected the people to their ancestors, the sacred choreography that had been passed down through generations like a river flowing from the source of all knowing. But more than that, as he watched more carefully, hardly daring to breathe for fear of breaking whatever magic was unfolding above him, Musqua began to see individual figures within the dancing lights, spirits moving with the distinctive gaits of people he had known, the particular gestures that belonged to specific individuals who had lived and loved and passed on to whatever realm waits beyond the final breath. There, in a stream of silver light that pulsed like a heartbeat, made visible, he saw his grandmother. Her spirit danced with the same grace she had possessed in life, her movements fluid as water, joyful as a child's laughter, free in ways that her aging body had not been free for many seasons. She was not alone. Around her danced the spirits of other ancestors, his grandfather, whom he had never met, but whose stories Nokomis had told, until Musqua felt he knew the man's laugh, his way of walking, his habit of humming while he worked, his parents, whose faces had grown dim in his memory, but whose presence in the dancing lights felt as real as breath, as warm as the fire that kept his lodge comfortable through the longest nights. As he watched, transfixed by wonder and a joy that seemed to flow into his grief like warm water melting ice, his grandmother's spirit seemed to notice his attention. The silver light that was her dancing form moved closer to the earth, swaying directly above the place where he sat, and for a moment that lasted both an instant and forever, Musqua felt her presence as clearly as if she were sitting beside him, sharing the warmth of their fire. In that moment of connection that needed no words, no touching, no sound other than the whisper of aurora wind high above the earth, his grandmother's spirit spoke to him in the language that moves directly from heart to heart, without bothering with the ears or the mind. "My grandson," her presence said, though the words were more felt than heard, "do not grieve as if I am gone, because I am not gone. I am simply dancing in a different place now, but the love that connects us is stronger than any distance, brighter than any darkness, more eternal than any ending that looks like death to those who see only with their eyes." Maybe you have felt this presence yourself, dear listener, the sense that those who have loved you continue to love you even after their bodies can no longer hold them, that the connections forged by the heart recognize no boundaries that death can establish, no separations that love cannot bridge. Night after night, Musqua returned to watch the aurora, and night after night he saw the ancestors dancing their eternal celebration of life that continues beyond life, love that persists beyond separation, connection that grows stronger rather than weaker when it no longer depends on the limitations of flesh and breath and the narrow boundaries of what the physical world can contain. His grief began to transform into something else, something that felt less like loss and more like a deepening of love that no longer needed the presence of the beloved to sustain itself. He understood that his grandmother had not disappeared, but had simply changed form, like water becoming vapor, like vapor becoming clouds, like clouds becoming rain that nourishes the earth and makes new life possible. When spring came and he began to travel again, following the caribou herds and visiting other bands of his people, Musqua carried with him a peace that others noticed and wondered about. When they asked how he had learned to bear his loss with such grace, he would tell them about the aurora, about the dancing spirits, about the eternal celebration that continues just beyond the edge of ordinary vision. And wherever he went, he found that others had their own stories of connection with those who had passed on, their own moments of recognition when the veil between worlds grew thin enough to allow love to flow freely in both directions. The aurora became for him not just a beautiful natural phenomenon, but a reminder that the ancestors are always dancing, always celebrating, always available to those who know how to look up at the sky with hearts open enough to receive the light. His grandmother had taught him that death was not an ending, but a transformation, not a separation, but a change in the way love expresses itself. The aurora became his classroom for learning this truth more deeply, his church for worship that needed no words, his proof that the connections that matter most are too strong to be broken by anything as temporary as the death of the body. And all is well. All has always been well. In the eternal dancing that continues beyond all endings, and the deathless love that transforms every goodbye into a different kind of hello, where the same spirits that paint the sky with green and silver fire dance through your heart now, reminding you that every connection forged by love becomes a light that no darkness can extinguish, a presence that no absence can diminish, a dance that continues forever in the aurora of memory and the northern lights of the heart. All is well. The Corn Mother's sacrifice. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the sacred seeds that fall into fertile earth, teaching you that the greatest gifts come from those who give of themselves so that others might flourish. This is a sacred story from the great Inca Empire, Tahuantinsuyu, the realm of the four quarters that stretched from the desert coasts where no rain falls to the high peaks where condors nest among the clouds. The Inca ruled over millions of people across lands that would one day be called Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and parts of Chile, Argentina, and Colombia, but which were then known by names that sang with the voices of mountain streams and wind through ancient stones. Listen now, as if you sit on the royal terraces of Sacsayhuaman, overlooking the magnificent capital city of Cusco, the golden navel of the world, where the great temple of the sun catches the first light of dawn and sends it dancing across walls lined with sheets of pure gold. The year is 1471, during the glorious reign of the Inca Tupac Yupanqui, when the empire prospered under the protection of Inti the sun god, and the royal roads carried Chasqui messengers swifter than the wind, across distances that would take ordinary travelers many moons to cross. Ancient Mama Oklo speaks these words in the sacred language of Quechua, her voice gentle as the evening mist that rises from the Urubamba River far below, while llamas graze peacefully on terraces carved by master builders, and the evening star appears above peaks that touch the very roof of the world. There was once a gentle time when the people needed guidance. The earth rested quietly. The royal fields waited patiently for wisdom. In the high valleys surrounding the great capital of Cusco, where morning mist danced between terraces, so precisely carved, they seemed like staircases, built for gods to descend from their home in the sky, where the air sang thin and pure as temple bells, and the nights brought coolness that kissed the earth awake. Each dawn, the Quechua people found themselves in a season of peaceful waiting. The royal potato fields, which fed the armies and the workers who built the great roads and temples, lay quiet and still. The Quechua stalks in the fields reserved for ceremonies stood patient as contemplating priests. Even the hardy oca roots that sustained the common people rested deep in soil blessed by rituals performed since Manco Capac, the first Inca, had emerged from the sacred Lake Titicaca to establish the greatest empire the world had ever known. Day after peaceful day, the people walked their terraced fields that climbed mountainsides so gracefully that even the mountain spirits, the Apu, paused to admire the skill of the Inca engineers, and day after gentle day, they returned with a growing understanding that something beautiful was about to unfold in this empire, where the sun god Inti ensured that abundance flowed like the sacred rivers from the glacial peaks to the valleys where corn grew tall as royal guards. The master farmers, those whose knowledge came from generations of serving in the royal agricultural schools, found themselves pausing to listen to voices that spoke in languages older than the great stones of Sacsayhuaman, older even than the first Inca who had taught the people how to read the movements of the stars and the moods of the sacred mountains. In this time of thoughtful preparation, when even the most experienced keepers of the royal seed stores sensed that the empire was about to receive a gift that would ensure its prosperity for countless generations, the people turned to their spiritual practices with the peaceful intensity of those who served not just an earthly emperor, but the cosmic order that Inti, the sun god, had established when the world was young. They made offerings of their finest textiles, woven with threads of gold and silver, to the Apu, the beloved mountain spirits, who watched over the vast terraced fields that fed the empire's millions. They burned the most precious coca leaves, whose fragrant smoke carried prayers up to Inti, the generous sun father, and Mama Killa, the wise moon mother, asking for guidance in understanding what this quiet season was preparing the empire to receive. The heavens listened with the patient attention of divine rulers who had guided the Inca to become the greatest civilization in the world, and the earth continued its restful meditation as if gathering energy for something magnificent that would require the perfect timing that governed all things in Tahuantinsuyu. Among the people in the sacred valley lived a woman whose name was Mama Sara, a keeper of ancient plant wisdom whose understanding flowed like the royal roads that connected every corner of the empire. Her hands, trained in the imperial agricultural schools, could sense the dreams hidden in sleeping seeds. Her voice could sing the sacred songs that helped corn remember its destiny to feed the children of Inti and quinoa, recall the divine patterns of growth that had been established when the first Inca received the golden staff from the sun god himself. In the gentle quiet of this season of waiting, when the great empire rested in the confidence of its divine protection, Mama Sara found herself drawn to spend long hours walking through the peaceful royal fields where corn would soon be growing tall as the spears carried by the emperor's guards and strong as the foundations of the temples that honored Inti throughout the four quarters of the world. As she moved through these spaces that hummed with the potential that had made Tawantinsuyu the most prosperous empire ever known, she felt in her heart a growing sense of anticipation, as if the sun god himself was preparing to share a secret that would ensure the abundance of his chosen people for all the ages to come. She began to understand, with the kind of knowing that came not from the wisdom schools of Cusco, but from listening to voices that had guided the Inca since Manco Capac first emerged from the sacred waters, that Inti was preparing to offer a gift so precious that it required someone willing to become part of the very abundance that would nourish the empire through all its future glory. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense that life is inviting you to participate in something larger and more beautiful than you had previously imagined, something that connects you to purposes as vast and enduring as the great roads that will carry the Inca civilization across the Andes for generations yet to come. For many peaceful days and starlit nights, Mama Sara sat in contemplation on the highest terrace overlooking the golden roofs of Cusco, where the air was so pure that each breath felt like drinking the light of Inti himself, and the silence was filled with the gentle whispers of wind through the precisely fitted stones that would puzzle engineers for centuries to come. She quieted her thoughts until her mind felt clear as the mountain streams that supplied the capital's fountains, and she opened her heart with the gentle devotion of one who served not just the earthly Inca, but the cosmic order that made Tahuantinsuyu the center of the world. In the clarity that comes from approaching the sacred, with the reverence that had built the greatest empire in history. Mama Sara began to receive visions that showed her the beautiful possibility that Inti was waiting to bestow upon his people. She saw that the sun god was ready to share a new form of abundance, ready to offer a gift that would nourish not just the body, but the spirit, not just the present generation, but all the children of the empire across the countless seasons of prosperity that lay ahead. The plants, the soil, the very stones of the mountains that protected Tahuantinsuyu were waiting for someone to participate in a sacred transformation, someone willing to become part of the gift itself, to demonstrate the kind of love that creates abundance by joining with the source of all abundance. And in the most luminous part of her vision, Mama Sara saw the divine honor that Inti was offering to her. On the morning when the sun painted the eastern peaks in shades of gold that matched the walls of the Coricancha, the great temple of the sun, Mama Sara walked down from her contemplation place with a heart so full of joy it seemed to glow like the golden disk that represented Inti in his most sacred shrine, and she gathered the people together in the great plaza of Haukaipata, where the most important ceremonies of the empire were held before audiences that included representatives from all 4 quarters of the world. Her face shone with the peaceful radiance of one who had been chosen by the sun god himself for something beautiful, and her voice when she spoke carried the gentle authority of someone who had received a gift so wonderful that sharing it would ensure the prosperity of Tahuantinsuyu for all the generations to come. "My beloved children of Inti," she said, "the sun god has shown me a gift that will bring abundance beyond anything our great empire has ever known, and I have been given the divine honor of helping to bring this gift into the world. What I have seen will bless our people in the most wonderful way, and once this transformation begins, it will nourish us and our children and their children for all the ages that Tahuantinsuyu shall endure." The people listened with the quiet attention of those who understood they were about to witness something that would become part of the sacred history of their empire, something that would be remembered and celebrated in the great festivals for as long as the Inca ruled over the 4 quarters of the world. Mama Sara walked to the center of the plaza, where the sacred fire burned with its eternal flame that connected the earthly capital to the realm of Inti, where the sun god held court among the stars and watched over his chosen people with the love of a divine father. She knelt beside the fire and spoke words of gratitude for her life, for the incredible privilege of having been chosen by Inti himself to participate in this sacred transformation, for belonging to the greatest empire in the world, where abundance flowed like the rivers that carried life from the glacial peaks to the fertile valleys. Then, in a voice that carried across the plaza, like the sound of gentle rain beginning to fall on the terraced fields that fed the empire, she made her offering. "Inti, beloved father-son, Pachamama, generous Earth Mother, I offer myself to become the corn that will nourish the children of Tahuantinsuyu. I give my love to become the seeds that will ensure abundance for the greatest empire the world has ever known. Transform all that I am into the gift that will sustain your people through all the golden ages that lie ahead." As she spoke these words, a transformation began that filled everyone who watched with wonder and peaceful amazement. Mama Sara's entire being began to glow with the golden light of Inti himself, light that seemed to flow from every breath, every moment of devotion she had ever offered to the sun god and the empire he had established. The light grew brighter and more beautiful until it was like watching Inti himself descending to bless his people, and then, in a moment that felt both instant and eternal, she became part of something infinitely larger than herself. Where she had knelt, the earth opened like the arms of Pachamama, welcoming her most beloved child, and from that sacred space rose the first corn plant that had ever existed in the world. It grew with graceful speed, reaching toward the sky, with stalks strong as the spears of royal guards, leaves broad as condor wings, ears heavy with kernels that gleamed like the gold that lined the walls of the Sun Temple, and seemed to pulse with the rhythm of Inti's own generous heart. But this first corn plant was more than just a source of nourishment for the empire. It carried within its very essence the love that Mama Sara had poured into her transformation, the wisdom of the agricultural schools of Costco, the deep understanding of sacred reciprocity that had made Tahuantinsuyu the most prosperous civilization the world had ever known. Maybe you have felt this invitation yourself, dear listener, this gentle calling to give something beautiful, not because you have to, but because the giving itself becomes a form of love that transforms both the giver and the receiver into something more wonderful than either could be alone, something that contributes to purposes as enduring as the great empire that will be remembered for its generosity and wisdom. From that first plant, the master farmers gathered seeds that they planted throughout the terraced fields of the empire with ceremonies of gratitude and wonder, and everywhere the corn grew, from the coastal deserts to the high valleys around Cusco, the earth seemed to remember its own generous nature. The soil became rich with new life. The rains came in perfect measure. Other crops began to flourish, as if they too had been inspired by Mama Sara's example of joyful devotion to the sun god and his chosen people. The Inca never forgot the source of their abundance. Before every planting season, throughout the 4 quarters of the empire, they spoke Mama Sara's name with the tenderness reserved for the most beloved ancestors, thanking her for the transformation that ensured the prosperity of Tahuantinsuyu. Before every harvest festival, they set aside the first and most beautiful ears of corn as offerings to her spirit, understanding that the circle of abundance could continue forever as long as they remembered to give back to the source of what sustained their great civilization. They taught their children that corn was not just food but the loving gift of their spiritual mother, blessed by Inti himself, and that every meal was a celebration of the divine love that had transformed itself into nourishment for the children of the sun. They learned to approach their fields not as owners but as grateful participants in a sacred relationship that grew more beautiful as it grew more generous, more abundant as it became more loving. As the generations passed and the great roads of the empire carried the story, like precious cargo, to every corner of Tahuantinsuyu, wherever corn was planted, from the rainforests of the Amazon to the peaks that touched the stars, Mama Sara's transformation was remembered and celebrated. The plant became not just a source of physical sustenance, but a teacher of the joyful principle that the greatest abundance flows to those who understand that giving and receiving are 2 movements in the same divine dance of love that had made their empire the greatest the world had ever known. And all is well. All has always been well. In the sacred generosity that transforms every gift into a blessing and every offering into abundance, that nourishes not just the body but the soul, where the same divine love that moved Mama Sara to become corn for the children of Inti moves through you now, ready to transform whatever you offer with an open heart into nourishment for a world that is always ready to receive the gifts that flow from a spirit as generous as the sun itself. All is well. Raven steals the light. Just continue to gently relax, even more, and let these words carry you like the great black wings that brought light to the world, teaching you that sometimes the greatest gifts come through the courage to transform yourself for the sake of others. Listen now as if you sit beside a crackling fire of red cedar and hemlock in a great plank house overlooking the waters of what outsiders will someday call the Inside Passage, near the village of Shiatika on the island the people know as Shitka, where the sound of ravens calling echoes between mountains that rise like green walls from waters so deep they hold the reflections of stars. The season is Dis Hain Jie, Yi Dis, the month when the first salmon return, and the year is 7 generations before the Russian fur traders will arrive in their strange ships, when the great totem poles still speak directly to those who remember their stories, and the orcas still sing the songs that taught the people how to navigate by the voices of the tides. Elder Shawat speaks these words, her voice soft as rain on broad cedar boughs, while outside the plank house the eternal mist rises from waters that have never known a day without the dance of sea otters and the flash of salmon beneath the surface that mirrors the endless sky. There was once a time when the world lived in darkness. No light existed anywhere. All creatures moved by touch and sound and the memory of warmth. In the vast rainforests where giant cedars and Sitka spruces grew so tall, their tops disappeared into mists that never completely lifted, where the sound of water falling over stones provided the only music in a world without the dance of sunlight. On leaves, all the creatures of land and sea lived in a darkness so complete that the very concept of seeing had been forgotten, like the name of a relative who died before you were born. The people felt their way along beaches where waves crashed against rocks, worn smooth by countless tides, guided only by the sound of water on stone and the scent of salt carried on winds that brought no warmth. They moved through forests by following the deep grooves carved in cedar bark by their ancestors, their hands reading the stories written in wood and moss like fingers following the familiar paths of a grandmother's face. In this world where darkness was the only reality anyone had ever known, where children learned to navigate by the sound of their mother's breathing, and hunters tracked deer by the whisper of hooves on forest floor, carpeted with ferns that had never felt the kiss of light, there lived a being unlike any other, Raven. Raven was both bird and spirit, both trickster and creator, both the most selfish creature imaginable and the most selfless hero the world would ever know. His black feathers held depths that seemed to absorb even the memory of light, and his dark eyes sparkled with intelligence that could see possibilities hidden from every other living thing. But more than his cleverness, more than his ability to change shape, like mist changing to rain to snow to mist again, Raven possessed something that set him apart from all other beings in that dark world. He could remember light, somewhere in the deepest part of his spirit, in a place that existed before memory and beyond forgetting. Raven carried the knowledge of what the world could be if illumination danced across the waters and warmth touched the faces of the people, and golden radiance made visible the beauty that lay hidden in the darkness, like treasure buried in sand. This memory tormented him like hunger that no amount of eating could satisfy. He would perch on the tallest spruce trees and feel the wind moving through his feathers, and he would know that somewhere, somehow, light existed, but was being kept from the world by forces too selfish to share what they possessed. Through his shamanic powers that allowed him to travel between the realm of spirits and the world of flesh and tide and forest, Raven discovered the source of the stolen light, far beyond the reach of ordinary traveling. In a place that existed more in the realm of spirits than in the world where salmon ran and eagles soared, there lived an old chief whose greed was as vast as his wealth. This chief possessed all the light in the world, keeping it locked away in a series of carved cedar boxes, each one nested inside another, like secrets hidden within secrets. The largest box contained the moon, silver and mysterious. The middle box held the stars, sparkling like the scales of salmon caught in eternal dance. And in the smallest, most precious box, wrapped in the softest mountain goat wool and surrounded by protective spells, lay the sun itself, golden and warm and more beautiful than anything that had ever existed. The chief guarded these treasures with obsessive jealousy, allowing no one to see them, taking them out only in the privacy of his lodge to gaze upon their beauty by himself, hoarding the very possibility of light, like a miser counting wealth that grows more precious the more tightly it is held. Raven knew that simply asking for the light would accomplish nothing. The chief's selfishness ran deeper than the roots of the great cedars, and his fear of sharing was stronger than the tide that moves the greatest logs like twigs floating on a stream. But Raven was a master of transformation. and he began to devise a plan that would require him to give up everything familiar about himself, to become something completely different in order to accomplish what no amount of force or pleading could achieve. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this recognition that sometimes the changes you most need to make in the world require you to change yourself first, to become someone new in order to reach gifts that remain beyond the grasp of who you have always been. Perhaps you have discovered that the greatest transformations often ask us to let go of comfortable identities and step into possibilities that feel both terrifying and thrilling. The chief had a daughter who was known throughout the spirit realm for her beauty and her kindness, but also for her sadness, because she too lived in the world of endless darkness and longed for something she could not name, but felt sure existed somewhere beyond the edges of all she had ever known. Raven watched this young woman as she walked daily to the stream that flowed past her father's lodge, carrying carved cedar containers to collect the pure water that fell from high places where snow melted in the brief seasons when cold gave way to something slightly less cold. Day after day, Raven observed her routines, learning the rhythm of her movements, the path her feet followed, the way she paused beside certain stones, as if listening for voices that spoke in languages older than words. And then, on a morning when the mist hung particularly thick and the sound of water seemed to carry messages from distant places, Raven enacted his transformation. He changed himself into a single hemlock needle, tiny and perfect, floating on the surface of the stream, just at the place where the chief's daughter always knelt to fill her water containers. When she lowered her carved cedar vessel into the flowing water, Raven as needle floated directly into the container, invisible in the darkness, present but undetected, carried back to the lodge like a secret traveling toward its moment of revelation. The chief's daughter drank from the container, and as the water flowed down her throat, Raven as needle became part of her very being, settling into her body with the patience of snow accumulating on mountain peaks, waiting for the perfect moment to continue his transformation. Months passed, and the chief's daughter began to change in ways that brought both joy and mystery to her father's lodge. She was carrying a child, a development that amazed everyone because she had never shown interest in any of the young men who had sought her attention. When the child was born, he was unlike any baby anyone had ever seen. His hair was black as raven's wing feathers, his eyes dark as the deepest pools, and his cry had a quality that reminded those who heard it of the calls that echoed from the forest when ravens gathered in great numbers to share news that only they understood. But more than his unusual appearance, this child possessed a charm that melted the hardest hearts like spring warmth, melting ice that has persisted through the longest winter. The old chief, who had never shown affection for any living being, found himself completely enchanted by his grandson. The baby seemed to want nothing more than to be held by his grandfather, to rest in the old man's arms while making soft sounds that somehow brought peace to a spirit that had known only the anxiety of guarding treasures too precious to share. As the child grew from baby to toddler, his charm only increased. He would reach toward his grandfather with tiny hands that seemed to hold the power to heal loneliness that had lasted longer than anyone could remember. He would laugh with a sound like water running over stones, and the old chief would find himself laughing too, remembering joy he thought he had lost forever. And gradually, as trust built between grandfather and grandchild, like a bridge constructed one careful plank at a time, the child began to show curiosity about the carved boxes that sat in the place of honor in the lodge, the containers that held mysteries the old man had never shared with any living soul. Maybe you recognize this patience, dear listener, this understanding that the changes you most want to see in the world sometimes require not force or argument, but the slow building of relationship, the gradual creation of trust that makes transformation possible. When the time is finally right, "Grandfather," the child would say, pointing toward the boxes with hands that seemed to glow with their own inner light, "what treasures do you keep in those beautiful containers?" For a long time, the old chief resisted these questions, but the child's curiosity was as persistent as tide returning to shore, as gentle as rain that eventually wears smooth the hardest stone. Finally, unable to refuse the grandson who had brought more happiness to his life than all his hoarded wealth combined, the old chief opened the largest box. Out flew the moon, silver and radiant, filling the lodge with soft light that revealed beauty that had been hidden in darkness since the world began. The carved poles glowed with the faces of spirits whose expressions had never been seen. The woven baskets showed patterns that told stories of abundance and celebration. The child clapped his hands with delight that seemed to multiply the moon's gentle radiance. But even as he enjoyed this gift, the child's eyes turned toward the remaining boxes with curiosity that burned brighter than the moon itself. "What other wonders do you have, grandfather?" he asked, with the innocence that opens hearts like spring warmth, opening the first flowers. Days passed, and finally, the chief opened the second box. Out poured the stars, thousands upon thousands of lights that scattered across the sky like seeds of illumination, each one perfect, each one necessary, together creating a tapestry of beauty that made the whole world gasp with recognition of something it had always been missing, without knowing what that something might be. The child danced with joy, but his eyes still turned toward the smallest box, the one that seemed to hum with potential too great for any container to hold for long. The old chief hesitated, because he knew that this final box contained the greatest treasure of all, the light that would change everything forever. But his grandson's happiness had become more precious to him than any treasure he possessed, and finally, with hands that trembled like aspen leaves in wind, he opened the smallest box. The sun burst forth, like joy given form, like love made visible, filling the world with golden warmth and radiance that revealed beauty beyond anything anyone had ever imagined possible. Trees showed their true colors for the first time. Flowers revealed patterns that made the heart sing. The faces of the people glowed with the wonder of seeing not just each other, but the magnificent world they had been living in, without knowing its true splendor. And in that moment of revelation, as the sun filled every corner of existence with light that would never again be hidden away, the child revealed his true nature. His form shimmered and changed, and there stood Raven, his black feathers now edged with gold, his dark eyes sparkling with satisfaction at a transformation that had required everything he was willing to give. Before the old chief could react, before anyone could try to recapture what had been released, Raven spread his wings and flew out of the lodge, carrying the light with him as he soared above the forests and waters, ensuring that illumination would spread to every corner of the world, available to all beings, free as the wind that carried him on currents warmed by the sun. He had liberated. The people emerged from their lodges and saw their world for the first time, gasping at beauty that had surrounded them in darkness, weeping with gratitude for the gift that Raven had brought them through his willingness to become something entirely different from what he had always been. And Raven, flying high above the celebration that erupted from every village and every forest clearing, understood that his transformation had been worth every moment of uncertainty, every sacrifice of familiar identity, because he had given the world something infinitely more valuable than anything he could have kept for himself. And all is well, all has always been well, in the patient transformation that brings light to every darkness and the generous trickery that opens what seemed forever closed, where the same creative courage that moved Raven to become a needle, a child, a bridge between what was and what could be, moves through you now, ready to transform whatever identity you think limits you into the very key that unlocks the gifts the world most needs you to share. All is well. The story of the first rainbow. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the great serpent's colorful scales rising through the mist, teaching you that even after life's greatest storms, beauty emerges to bridge what seemed forever separated. This is a sacred story from the Kayapo people, the Mebengokre who call themselves the people of the water's source, whose wisdom flows like the mighty rivers through the heart of what they name Paikato, the great forest that breathes with the lungs of the world. Listen now as if you sit on a platform of woven palm fronds high in the canopy of the rainforest near the village of Raoni, where the Xingu River winds like a silver serpent through green depths so vast that jaguars still hunt paths walked only by spirits, and the cecropia trees grow tall enough to hold conversations with the clouds. There was once a time when the rains forgot to stop. Water fell and fell. The rivers rose higher than the tallest trees. In the vast forest, where the Amazon's countless tributaries began as springs hidden in places so remote that only the spirits of the deepest woods knew their true names, where orchids bloomed in colors that existed nowhere else in the world, and birds sang in languages that predated human speech, the people of the canopy lived in harmony with rains that usually came and went like breathing, regular and life-giving and perfectly timed to nourish without overwhelming. But in the season that would be remembered in songs for generations beyond counting, the rains began to fall with an intensity that spoke of some great imbalance in the realm of the sky spirits. Day after day, night after night, week after week, the drops grew from gentle blessing to steady drumming to torrential flooding that transformed familiar trails into rushing streams and turned the forest floor into a brown sea that rose steadily toward the platform houses built high in the strongest trees. The people watched as their beautiful world disappeared beneath waters that climbed like slow brown serpents, wrapping around the trunks of the great Brazil nut trees and the towering cecropia, whose broad leaves usually provided platforms for the spirit ceremonies that kept the world in balance. Animals that had never been seen together gathered on whatever dry ground remained. Jaguars resting beside the tapirs they usually hunted, brilliantly colored parrots sharing branches with monkeys whose chatter had been silenced by the enormity of the flood that threatened to swallow the entire forest. In this time of rising waters and growing fear, when even the shamans found their usual remedies powerless against a flood that seemed to come not from any earthly storm, but from the tears of sky spirits too sorrowful to stop weeping, the people turned to the oldest stories, the ones that told of times when the world had been threatened before, and salvation had come from the most unexpected sources. Among the people lived a young shaman named Wayanga, whose gift for seeing into the realm of spirits had manifested early, when he was still small enough to ride on his father's shoulders through forest paths carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched like whispers beneath their feet. His grandmother had recognized the signs, the way birds quieted when he approached, not from fear, but from the kind of respectful attention that creatures pay to those who speak the ancient languages fluently. As the waters continued to rise and the platform houses began to creak with the strain of holding entire families above floods that showed no sign of receding, Wayanga knew that ordinary solutions would not be sufficient to address a crisis of this magnitude. The spirits of flood and rain had been awakened by something that required not just human cleverness, but intervention from the realm of the great beings who controlled the fundamental forces that governed the cycles of wet and dry, growth and rest, abundance and scarcity. Wayanga prepared himself for the most dangerous journey a shaman could undertake. He would travel in spirit to the underwater realm of Boyuna, the great anaconda, whose coils encompassed the entire world, and whose dreams controlled the flow of all waters, from the smallest stream to the mightiest river. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this moment when you realize that the crisis you are facing requires you to reach deeper than you have ever reached before, to contact sources of wisdom and strength that exist beyond your ordinary understanding, but which you somehow know are available if you can find the courage to seek them out. For 3 days and 3 nights, while the rain continued its relentless drumming on the forest canopy above, and the flood waters lapped ever higher around the stilts that held his platform house above the rising brown sea, Wayanga entered the deep trance state that would allow his spirit to separate from his body and travel to realms where different laws applied, where breath was not needed and distance meant nothing more than intention, clearly focused. His grandmother sat beside his motionless form, singing the protection songs that would help his spirit find its way back to the body it had temporarily abandoned, while outside their shelter, the sound of rain mixed with the calls of displaced animals and the worried voices of people watching their world disappear beneath waters that seemed to have no limit to their rising. Down through layers of reality that existed like transparent leaves floating on the surface of an infinite pond, Wayanga's spirit traveled, down past the realm where the spirits of deceased shamans gathered to discuss the great patterns that shaped human destiny, down past the place where the plant spirits held their councils about which medicines would be needed in each season, down to the deepest level of all, where Boyuna the great anaconda rested in coils so vast that her body formed the riverbeds and her breathing created the currents that carried life to every corner of the forest. When Wayanga finally reached the underwater palace where the great anaconda held court, he found her in a state of profound agitation. Her enormous body writhed with distress that created whirlpools and undercurrents that affected every waterway in the forest above. Her scales, each one larger than a ceremonial shield, shifted through colors that reflected her emotional state: deep purples of sorrow, angry reds of frustration, muddy browns of confusion about what had gone wrong in the careful balance she was responsible for maintaining. Great Mother of Waters, Wayanga spoke in the respectful tones required when addressing beings whose power could reshape the world with a single movement. Your tears have become a flood that threatens to destroy everything we love. Tell me what has caused such sorrow that the sky spirits weep without ceasing and the waters rise beyond all measure. Boyuna's great head turned toward the young shaman, and her eyes, each one like a dark pool that reflected the wisdom of ages, regarded him with a mixture of sadness and hope that perhaps someone had finally come who could understand the magnitude of what had been lost. Young spirit walker, she replied in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, but carried the gentleness of deep waters moving through quiet channels. I weep because the connection between earth and sky has been broken. The bridge that once allowed my colors to dance between the water and the clouds has disappeared, and without that connection, the rains cannot know when to come and when to go. They fall endlessly because they have lost the path that would guide them home to the sky realm where they belong. Wayanga listened with the complete attention that shamans learn to give when receiving information that could save or doom their people. And as he listened, he began to understand both the problem and the solution that was being offered to him. The bridge that Boyuna spoke of was more than just a pathway between earth and sky. It was a living connection that maintained the proper relationship between all the elements that kept the world in balance. When this bridge disappeared, everything fell into chaos. Rains that didn't know when to stop, floods that didn't know their proper boundaries, waters that had lost their way home to the clouds where they could rest until they were needed again. Great Mother, Wayanga said, what can restore this bridge? What sacrifice would reconnect earth and sky and teach the rains to return to their proper rhythm? Boyuna's great body began to glow with the colors that lived within her scales, and as the light grew brighter, Wayanga saw what she was offering and what it would cost her to make this gift. "I will give my colors to the sky," she said, her voice carrying both the sorrow of great loss and the joy of great love freely given. "I will stretch my most beautiful skin between earth and heaven, so that the rains can see the path home. But once I make this gift, I will never again be visible to human eyes. I will become spirit only, my colors living in the sky as a bridge that appears when earth and heaven need to remember their connection." Maybe you have faced moments like this yourself, dear listener. Times when you realized that creating the change you most need to see in the world would require you to give up something precious, to transform yourself in ways that might make you unrecognizable, even to yourself, but which would serve something larger and more important than your individual comfort. Without hesitation, because shamans learn to recognize when the world's need outweighs personal cost, Wayanga gave his consent to Boyana's sacrifice, understanding that he was witnessing the kind of generosity that keeps the world alive, the willingness to transform completely in service of restoring balance to relationships that sustain all life. The great anaconda began to rise from her underwater realm, her massive body ascending through layers of water and earth and air, carrying with her all the colors that had ever existed in her magnificent scales. As she rose, those colors began to separate and stretch, creating bands of light that bridged the space between the flooded earth and the storm-heavy sky. Red, like the flowers of the Brazil nut tree, orange, like the sunset that painted the forest canopy each evening, yellow, like the light that filtered through green leaves, green, like the endless forest itself, blue, like the deep pools where the spirits of the rivers rested, indigo, like the night sky between stars, violet, like the orchids that bloomed in the highest branches, where only the spirits of the air could tend them. As the great anaconda's colors formed their bridge across the sky, the rains began to slow, then gentled to a steady drumming, then diminished to the kind of soft falling that nourishes without overwhelming. The flood waters started to recede, revealing the beloved forest floor with its carpet of leaves and flowers, and the familiar trails that connected the villages to the sacred places where ceremonies kept the world in balance. And there, stretching across the clearing sky, like the most beautiful bridge ever constructed, hung the first rainbow, made from the generous sacrifice of the great anaconda who had given her visible form so that earth and sky could remember how to dance together in the proper rhythm of seasons and storms and the gentle alternation of wet and dry that allows the forest to flourish in its endless diversity. The people emerged from their platform houses and gazed upward at this bridge of living color that promised them the floods would never again forget their proper boundaries. They understood that they were seeing not just a beautiful natural phenomenon, but the visible sign of a love so great it willingly transformed itself to restore balance to the world. Wayanga returned to his body to find his grandmother still singing the protection songs that had guided him safely home, and when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw through the doorway of their shelter was the rainbow arching across the sky, like a message written in the language of light itself. From that day forward, whenever the rains came heavy and the people began to worry about flooding, they would look for the rainbow that appeared when the storm began to clear, and they would remember Boyuna's gift, her willingness to sacrifice her visible form, so that the connection between earth and sky could be restored and maintained. The rainbow became their reminder that even the greatest storms eventually pass, that even the most overwhelming floods recede, and that the most beautiful bridges often emerge from the generosity of those who love the world enough to transform themselves completely in service of restoring balance to relationships that sustain all life. And all is well. all has always been well. In the eternal bridging that connects what seemed forever separated, and the generous transformation that turns even the greatest storms into opportunities for beauty to emerge, where the same colorful love that moved the great anaconda to become a bridge between earth and sky moves through you now, ready to transform whatever floods threaten to overwhelm your world into the very materials from which the most beautiful connections are built. All is well. The legend of the dream catcher. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle web that catches what would harm your sleep, teaching you that protection often comes through the patient weaving of love into patterns that filter light from shadow. This is a sacred story from the Ojibwe people, the Anishinaabe, who call themselves the original people, whose wisdom flows like the great waters through the forests of what they name Gichigami, the great sea that outsiders will someday call Lake Superior. Listen now, as if you sit beside a warm fire of white birch and maple in a cozy wigwam covered with soft sheets of bark on the peaceful shores of Gichigami, near the place the people call Muningwanikaning, where the golden-breasted woodpecker makes his home among the towering white pines. The season is Manidu Gizi Soons, the little spirit moon, when the wild rice has been harvested and stored safely away, and the maples glow red and gold like gentle fires lit by loving spirits. The year is 8 generations before the French voyageurs will paddle their great canoes through these sacred waters, when the loons still sing the old songs and the northern lights dance peaceful messages between the living and the ancestors. Ancient Nokomis speaks these words, her voice soft as wind through pine needles, while outside the wigwam, the waves of Gichigami whisper gently against the rocky shore where wild roses bloom between smooth granite boulders. There was once a time when children could not sleep peacefully. Troubling dreams visited every lodge. Little ones woke sad from visions that darkness brought. In the vast forests that stretched like a green ocean between the great waters, the Anishinaabe people lived in harmony with gentle rhythms established when Gichemanido first breathed life into the world. Ancient white pines grew tall and strong. The understory glowed with soft golden light. But something had gently disturbed the balance between the world of waking and the realm of dreams. Children who had always slept as peacefully as fawns resting in quiet clearings began to wake in the night, feeling worried. Night after night, the troubling dreams came like visitors who had lost their way. The children would wake feeling confused by visions that seemed too real. Their parents held them close, offering comfort and warmth until the little ones could drift back to sleep. The mothers sang the traditional lullabies that had always carried their babies into peaceful slumber. These were gentle songs learned from their own mothers in an unbroken chain that reached back to the first woman who ever rocked a child beneath stars. But even these ancient melodies seemed unable to keep the troubling dreams away. The fathers told comforting stories that had always filled children's minds with images of helpful spirits and protective animals, tales of kind hunters and wise grandmothers, adventures that usually sent young listeners into dreams filled with friendly bears and talking ravens and magical fish who granted wishes. But even these beloved stories could not completely shield the children from whatever had begun visiting their dreams, like mist that finds its way through the smallest openings. In this time of restless nights and gentle concern, when parents found themselves staying awake longer to comfort their little ones, the people turned to their elders for guidance. They understood that situations like this required the kind of wisdom that comes from many seasons of observing how the spiritual world interacts with daily life. Among the grandmothers lived an old woman whose understanding of the dream realm was deeper than anyone else's. Her name was Asibika Ashi, The people called her Spider Woman because of her special knowledge of the creatures who wove their quiet magic between the worlds of visible and invisible, creating beautiful patterns that connected what seemed separate. Spider Woman had lived long enough that the gentle lines on her face told stories of countless seasons. Her hands, soft as morning breeze on still water, possessed the kind of patient strength that comes from years of weaving, not just practical things like baskets and mats, but the invisible connections that help communities thrive together. As she listened quietly to the gentle reports that came from every lodge in the village, stories of children who woke feeling unsettled by dreams that seemed too vivid, Spider Woman began to understand. This situation came not from any earthly source, but from a small disruption in the web of dreams itself, the invisible, delicate network that connected all sleeping minds and usually allowed peaceful spirits to share guidance and healing through gentle visions. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this recognition that sometimes the thoughts that visit you in the quiet hours of night seem to have their own gentle energy. They may grow a little stronger in darkness. They whisper concerns that daylight usually softens, but which return with evening, like familiar visitors who simply need a kind word and gentle redirection. For many peaceful days and nights, Spider Woman entered the quiet meditation states that allowed her consciousness to travel along the invisible strands that connected all dreams. She followed gentle pathways that led through the collective unconscious of her people and into the realm where dreams were born and took their first soft breath. What she discovered there explained everything and offered a beautiful solution that would require all her skill and patience to create. The web of dreams had developed some small tears from the accumulated worries of adults who had temporarily forgotten about protection. Their gentle concerns about the future and soft griefs about the past had created tiny openings in the fabric that normally filtered out disturbing visions before they could reach the innocent sleep of children. These small openings had become pathways through which unsettling dreams could drift like morning mist, gently overwhelming the natural protections that usually kept young minds peaceful while they slept. But Spider Woman also saw that repair was not only possible, but would result in something even more beautiful than before. The web could be rewoven with extra care and attention. This would create a lasting protection that would serve not just the current children, but all those who would come after, ensuring that peaceful sleep would be their gentle inheritance and beautiful dreams their nightly blessing. On a morning when soft mist rose from Gichigami, like the breath of sleeping spirits, and the air smelled sweetly of pine needles, warmed by gentle sunlight, Spider Woman walked quietly into the forest. She carried materials she had been lovingly gathering, willow branches curved into perfect circles through patient bending while the wood was still green and flexible, sinew from deer who had provided for the people and now would offer their strength to protect children's dreams, beautiful beads made from shells that had listened to the peaceful songs of great waters for countless seasons. She found a lovely clearing where spider webs caught the morning light like tiny dreams made visible. Here the real spiders, who were her teachers and allies, had woven their delicate nets between the branches of elderberry bushes, heavy with dark fruit that birds loved and people used for gentle medicine. There, in that peaceful place where the boundary between waking and dreaming grew thin as spider silk, she began to weave the first dream catcher. Her fingers moved with the precision of a master weaver and the tenderness of a grandmother tucking a beloved child into bed. The willow hoop represented the gentle circle of life, the eternal peaceful round of seasons and generations, and the soothing cycle of sleeping and waking that connected all beings in the great dance of existence. The web she wove within the circle followed patterns she had learned from watching the spiders themselves, understanding how their silk created structures strong enough to catch what needed catching, while allowing beneficial things to pass through gently. But this web was designed to work in the kindest way possible. Instead of catching food, it would catch troubling dreams. It would hold them in strands strong enough to contain unsettling visions until the morning light could dissolve them like frost melting in sunshine. The good dreams, light as dewdrops and gentle as summer breezes, would pass through the spaces in the web and slide down the sacred feathers attached to the bottom of the hoop, floating into the minds of sleeping children like blessings carried on wings of protection. As Spider-Woman worked, weaving pattern upon pattern, with the patience of one who understood that the most important tasks unfold naturally in their own time, she sang soft songs that would activate the loving power in her creation. These were gentle melodies that had been given to her in dreams by the spider spirits themselves, ancient, soothing tunes that taught the web how to recognize the difference between visions that heal and those that disturb. When the first dream catcher was complete, she hung it carefully above the sleeping place of the chief's youngest daughter. This was a child whose sleep had been particularly restless and whose parents had been staying awake to offer comfort whenever the little one woke feeling troubled. That night, for the first time in many weeks, the little girl slept peacefully from sunset to sunrise. Her dreams were filled with helpful animals and laughing water and gentle grandmother spirits who sang lullabies in languages that spoke directly to the heart's need for safety and love. Maybe you have wished for such gentle protection yourself, dear listener, some way to filter out the worries that sometimes visit in the quiet hours when you're most ready for rest. Perhaps you have longed for a kind guardian that could stand between you and the thoughts that disturb your peace, allowing through only those inner voices that bring healing and hope. Word of the peaceful sleep spread through the village like gentle ripples on still water. Soon every parent was asking Spider-Woman to weave protection for their children, to create for each small sleeper a personal guardian that would watch lovingly through the hours of darkness and ensure that dreams brought only blessing. Spider-Woman agreed, and she also began teaching the skill to other grandmothers. She showed them how to choose willow when the sap ran strong, how to bend it into perfect circles with patience and care, how to weave the web in patterns that would hold firm against disturbing dreams while remaining open to the gentlest visions. She taught them the soft songs that activated the loving power in the weaving, the quiet prayers that blessed each strand of sinew with the intention to protect, the gentle ceremonies that connected each dream catcher to the great web of dreams that surrounded and protected all the people. As the knowledge spread, so did the peaceful sleep. Lodge after lodge reported children who woke refreshed and happy, their minds filled with memories of dreams that taught and healed and prepared them gently for the day ahead. The sound of troubled sleep disappeared from the village, replaced by the soft breathing of children who slept as securely as if they were held in the loving arms of Gitchamanito himself. The dream catchers became more than just protective tools. They became symbols of love, weaving itself into practical form, of wisdom that creates beauty while serving necessity, of understanding that the most powerful protection often works not through dramatic intervention, but through patient attention to the small details that make the difference between worry and safety, between restless anxiety and peaceful rest. As the generations passed and the Anishinaabe people spread across the vast territories surrounding the great waters, the knowledge of dreamcatcher weaving traveled with them. It was carried in the gentle hands of grandmothers who understood that protecting the sleep of children was one of the most sacred and loving responsibilities any community could embrace. The tradition grew and adapted, but the essential purpose remained constant: to create a gentle filter between the vulnerable consciousness of sleeping children and the realm where all dreams are born, to ensure that only the visions that nourish and strengthen and heal would reach the precious minds that we're still learning to distinguish between what should be welcomed and what should be kept at a comfortable distance. And all is well. All has always been well, in the patient weaving that filters light from shadow and the generous protection that stands guard over innocent sleep, where the same loving attention that moved Spider-Woman to create the first dream catcher moves through you now, ready to weave whatever gentle barriers are needed between your peace and any worries that would disturb it, creating safe spaces where rest comes easily and dreams bring only the gifts that help you wake refreshed and ready for whatever beauty the new day offers. All is well. The polar bear's wisdom. Relax, even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the great white bear moving across endless ice, teaching you that true strength comes through patience, and the deepest hunting happens when we learn to be still. This is a sacred story from the Inuit people, the Inuktitut, who call themselves the real people, whose wisdom flows like the aurora across the vast lands of what they name Nunavut, our land, where ice and sky meet in endless dance. Listen now, as if you rest warm and safe in an igloo built on the sea ice, near the place they call Iglulik, where the breathing holes of seals dot the frozen ocean like small windows into the world beneath. The season is Sivulik, the first month when the sun returns after the long darkness, painting the ice fields in shades of gold and rose. The year is 10 generations before the first European explorers will lose themselves in these waters, when the polar bears still spoke directly to those who knew how to listen, and the ice still remembered the songs that taught hunters how to read the moods of the frozen sea. Elder Siku speaks these words, his voice gentle as snow falling on still water, while outside the igloo, the wind whispers ancient stories, and the aurora dances green ribbons across stars, so bright they seem close enough to touch. There was once a young hunter named Nuka, who thought he knew everything. He was swift and strong, but his heart had not yet learned the patience that ice teaches. In the vast expanse where white ice stretched to every horizon, and the silence was so complete it seemed to hold its own kind of music, Nuka moved with the confidence of youth that has tasted early success but not yet encountered the deeper mysteries that separate true hunters from those who merely pursue prey. He could track a seal across miles of broken ice. His spear flew straight and true. His kayak moved through leads of open water as smoothly as a bird flies through summer air. The elders nodded with approval when they saw the meat he brought back to the village, and the children listened with bright eyes when he told stories of his adventures on the hunting grounds. But there was something in Nuka's hunting that troubled the oldest hunters, something in his eagerness that reminded them of their own youth before the ice had taught them its most important lessons. He hunted with haste rather than patience. He approached the breathing holes with the assumption that success should come quickly. When seals did not appear as fast as he expected, he would grow restless and move to another hole, then another, always seeking the quickest path to what he wanted, rather than settling into the kind of deep waiting that the ice required of those who would truly understand its gifts. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense that life should yield its treasures more quickly than it seems willing to do, this restlessness that comes when what you need doesn't appear on the timeline your mind has decided is reasonable. One morning, when the aurora still painted the southern sky in gentle waves of green and silver, Nuka set out across the ice fields toward hunting grounds farther from the village than he had ever ventured. The ice beneath his feet sang with the deep music that comes from the constant movement of the frozen sea, and the air was so clear that he could see for many miles in every direction, across a landscape that seemed to stretch beyond the very edges of the world. He was following the tracks of a large seal when he noticed other tracks crossing the seal's path. Bear tracks, the largest bear tracks he had ever seen. Each paw print was bigger than both his hands spread wide, pressed deep into snow that crunched under his mucklucks with the sound of tiny bells ringing. Nuka's heart began to beat faster, but not with fear, with excitement, with the kind of eagerness that comes to young hunters when they realize they are about to encounter something that will test everything they think they know about themselves. Following bear tracks required different skills than hunting seals. Bears were unpredictable, powerful, capable of turning from hunted to hunter in the space between one breath and the next. But they were also sacred, carriers of wisdom that could only be received by those brave enough to approach them with proper respect. For hours, Nuka followed the tracks across ice that gradually became rougher, more broken, pushed up into ridges and valleys by forces so vast they made even the biggest icebergs seem small as pebbles on a beach. The bear's path wound through this maze of ice sculptures with a kind of purposeful intelligence that told Nuka he was following not just any bear, but one of the great old males whose understanding of the ice was deeper than most humans ever achieved. As the day wore on, and the pale sun tracked its low arc across the southern sky, Nuka began to realize that something strange was happening. The bear's tracks seemed to be leading him in a large circle, as if the animal was aware of being followed and was deliberately choosing a path that would bring the hunter and the hunted into contact at a place and time of the bear's choosing. This should have made Nuka more cautious. Instead, it made him more excited. The young hunter in him rose to what felt like a challenge, a test of his skills against one of the most formidable creatures that lived on the ice. But when he finally saw the bear, all his excitement transformed into something much quieter, much deeper. The great white bear sat perfectly still on a small rise of ice that gave him a commanding view of the surrounding terrain. He was enormous, easily the largest bear Nuka had ever seen, with fur so white it seemed to glow with its own inner light, and eyes that held depths the young hunter could not fathom. But it was not the bear's size that stopped Nuka in his tracks. It was the quality of stillness that surrounded the great animal like an invisible aura, a presence so peaceful and patient it seemed to slow time itself. The bear was watching a seal hole, perhaps 50 paces away, but his watching was unlike anything Nuka had ever witnessed. There was no tension in it, no eager anticipation, no sense of a predator barely containing his urge to strike. There was only presence, complete and patient, as if the bear had settled into a state of being that could continue forever, without strain or restlessness. Nuka crouched behind a ridge of ice and watched the bear, watching the seal hole. Minutes passed, then an hour, then another hour. The bear never moved, except to breathe, never showed any sign of impatience or frustration, never seemed to question whether this particular hole would prove worthwhile, or whether he should move to a different location. As the young hunter observed this extraordinary display of patience, he began to understand something about hunting that all his early success had never taught him. The bear was not simply waiting for a seal to appear. He was participating in something larger, deeper, more sacred than the simple exchange of predator and prey. Maybe you have experienced moments like this yourself, dear listener, times when you realized that the thing you thought you were pursuing was actually pursuing you, that the patience you thought was just waiting was actually a form of deep listening, a way of becoming present enough to receive what was trying to be given. Hours passed in perfect stillness. The bear remained motionless. Nuka found his own restlessness gradually settling into something he had never experienced before, a quality of attention that felt less like hunting and more like prayer. As the pale sun began to sink toward the horizon, painting the ice fields in shades of rose and gold, a seal finally appeared at the breathing hole. But what happened next surprised Nuka more than anything he had ever witnessed. The bear did not immediately strike. Instead, he seemed to acknowledge the seal's presence with something that looked almost like gratitude, a subtle shift in his energy that spoke of recognition rather than aggression. When he finally moved, It was with a swiftness and precision that seemed less like attack and more like dance, a movement so perfectly timed and gracefully executed that it appeared inevitable rather than violent. The seal's life passed quickly and peacefully into the bear's care, but instead of immediately feeding, the great white bear paused in what seemed like a moment of thanksgiving. His massive head bowed slightly, as if offering respect to the spirit of the animal that had given its life to sustain his. Only then did he begin to feed, and even his eating was done with a quality of attention and gratitude that transformed what could have been a scene of violence into something that felt sacred, a communion between beings whose lives were intimately connected in ways that went far deeper than the simple relationship between hunter and hunted. When the bear had finished eating, he looked directly at Nuka's hiding place. Their eyes met across the distance, and in that moment of contact, the young hunter felt something pass between them that had nothing to do with words or thoughts, and everything to do with a kind of understanding that moved directly from spirit to spirit. The bear's eyes held no threat, no warning, no challenge. They held teaching, patience deeper than ice, respect that honored every life it touched, wisdom that understood the sacred nature of the relationship between all beings who lived on the ice and depended on each other for survival. Without breaking eye contact, the great bear began to move away across the ice fields, his massive form moving with surprising grace over terrain that would challenge even experienced hunters. But his departure felt less like leaving and more like an invitation, a gentle suggestion that Nuka follow, not to continue hunting, but to continue learning. For the rest of that day, and long into the night, Nuka followed the bear at a respectful distance, observing not just his hunting techniques, but his entire way of being on the ice. He watched how the bear moved with complete awareness of his surroundings, reading signs in the snow and ice that Nuka had never learned to see. He observed how the great animal rested with the same quality of presence he brought to hunting, settled completely into each moment without anxiousness about the next. Most importantly, he witnessed how the bear approached each potential hunting situation with the same patient respect he had shown at the first seal hole, never forcing, never rushing, always waiting for the right moment, with a trust so deep it seemed to create the very opportunities it waited for. When dawn came, painting the ice fields in soft shades of pink and gold, the bear paused one final time and looked back at Nuka. In that last exchange of gazes, the young hunter received the final part of the teaching, an understanding that settled into his heart like warm light, filling a cold space. Hunting was not about taking, it was about participating in a sacred relationship that required patience, respect, and the kind of presence that honored both predator and prey as necessary parts of a greater wholeness. Success came not from speed or force, but from learning to move in harmony with rhythms larger than individual desire, deeper than personal need. Nuka returned to his village, changed in ways that everyone could see, but no one needed to ask about. His hunting became more patient, more respectful, more consistently successful, but more than that, his entire way of being in the world carried a new quality of peace, a presence that reminded others of the great stillness that lives at the heart of the ice itself. He never spoke directly about his encounter with the polar bear, understanding that some teachings are too sacred to be shared in words. But his example taught other young hunters about the patience that creates abundance, the respect that honors relationship, and the stillness that allows true wisdom to emerge. And all is well, all has always been well, in the patient watching that honors every moment, and the sacred relationship that connects predator and prey in the eternal dance of giving and receiving, where the same deep stillness that moved the great white bear moves through you now, teaching you to wait with presence, to hunt with respect, and to find in the quality of your attention the very abundance you seek. All is well. The feathered serpent's gift. Let these words carry you, like the gentle wind beneath feathered wings, teaching you that the greatest wisdom comes from learning to dance between earth and sky, matter and spirit, in perfect balance. This is a sacred story from the Aztec people, the Mexica who called themselves the people of the sun, whose wisdom flowed like sacred rivers through the great city of Tenochtitlan, built on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, in the heart of what they named Anahuac, the land between the waters. Listen now as if you rest on woven patate mats in a Calmacac, one of the noble schools near the great Templo Mayor, where the twin pyramids rise like mountains toward Tonatiuh, the sun god, and the evening air carries the scent of copal incense and blooming vanilla orchids from the floating gardens of Xochimilco. The season is Toxcatl, the time of drought, when the rains have not yet returned, and the people prepare offerings to call back the life-giving waters. The year is 1486, during the prosperous reign of Axayacatl, when the great market of Tlatelolco draws traders from lands as distant as the Maya territories, and the Aztec Triple Alliance controls trade routes that stretch from the Gulf Coast to the Pacific shores. Ancient Tlacael speaks these words in the musical language of Nahuatl, his voice soft as wind through the ahueh trees that shade the sacred springs, while outside the school, the gentle splash of canoes carries merchants through the canals that connect every corner of the magnificent island city, floating like a dream on the waters of the Great Lake. There was once a time when the people had forgotten how to find balance. They reached always toward the sky, or grasped only at earthly things. Harmony had been lost. In the magnificent city that rose from the waters, like a vision of the gods made manifest in stone and earth, where causeways stretched like arrows toward the four directions and the great pyramids climbed toward the realm of the feathered serpent, the people lived in abundance that flowed like the clear springs that bubbled up through the lake bed to provide fresh water for the island metropolis. The chinampas, the floating gardens, produced vegetables and flowers in such plenty that canoes laden with tomatoes and chills and brilliant marigolds moved through the canals like colorful processions celebrating the earth's generosity. The markets overflowed with jade from distant mountains, cacao beans from tropical forests, and feathers more beautiful than rainbows from birds that lived in lands where winter never came. But something subtle had begun to disturb the delicate balance that kept their world in harmony with the intentions of the gods. Some people had become so fascinated with earthly wealth that they forgot to honor the spirits who provided it. Others had become so focused on spiritual practices that they neglected their responsibilities to family and community. The priests spent long hours in temples carved with images of jaguars and eagles and serpents, burning copal and offering prayers to gods whose names held the power to shake mountains. But some had grown distant from the daily lives of the people they served. The merchants traveled vast distances to bring precious goods from every corner of the known world, but some had begun to see these treasures only as objects to be accumulated rather than gifts to be shared in the great dance of reciprocity that kept the universe in balance. In this time of growing imbalance, when material abundance seemed to be pulling some people away from spiritual wisdom, while spiritual pursuits seemed to be drawing others away from their earthly responsibilities, the people began to feel a restlessness they could not name, a sense that something essential was missing from their otherwise prosperous lives. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense that despite having many good things in your life, some quality of wholeness seems just out of reach, as if you're being asked to find a balance between different parts of yourself that sometimes seem to pull in opposite directions. Among the people lived a young priest named Itzel, whose devotion to the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, had begun when he was still small enough to chase butterflies through the temple gardens, where morning glory vines climbed toward the sun and hummingbirds visited flowers that bloomed in every color the human eye could perceive. Itzel had been chosen for the priesthood because of his unusual ability to find equal joy in both the earthly and the spiritual aspects of existence. He could spend hours in meditation, his consciousness traveling to realms where the gods danced among stars that sang with voices like crystal bells. But he was equally content working in the temple gardens, his hands dark with rich earth as he tended the plants that would provide flowers for ceremonies and food for festivals. This balance that came so naturally to Itzel was exactly what his community seemed to be losing, and as he observed the growing separation between those who pursued only material success and those who sought only spiritual achievement, he began to understand that his role as a priest of Quetzalcoatl might involve helping his people remember how to dance between earth and sky without losing their footing in either realm. One morning, as the first light of Tonatiuh painted the lake waters gold, and the air filled with the calls of herons and the splash of fishermen casting their nets from dugout canoes, Itzel climbed to the highest platform of the temple dedicated to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who embodied the perfect marriage of earthly wisdom and celestial knowledge. There, surrounded by carved stone images of the god whose body combined the earth knowledge of the serpent with the sky wisdom of the Quetzal bird, Itzel entered the deep meditation state that would allow him to receive guidance directly from the source of the balance he hoped to restore in his community. As his consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of his individual awareness, Itzel found himself in a realm where the distinction between earth and sky dissolved into something far more beautiful than either could be alone. Here, the feathered serpent moved through landscapes that were simultaneously gardens of the most exquisite earthly beauty and celestial realms where stars grew like flowers and the music of the spheres could be felt as well as heard. Quetzalcoatl appeared to him not as the fearsome deity of some temple carvings, but as a presence of such gentle wisdom that Itzel felt immediately at peace, like a child who has found his way home after a long journey through unfamiliar territory. "Young priest," the feathered serpent spoke, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, like wind moving through feathers and scales in equal measure. "You have called to me because you see that your people have forgotten how to be whole. Some grasp at earthly treasures as if matter were all that mattered. Others reach for spiritual heights as if the body and the world it lives in were obstacles to be overcome rather than gifts to be honored." Itzel listened with the complete attention that priests learn to offer when receiving teachings that could transform not just individual understanding, but the well-being of entire communities. "Both paths lead away from the truth," Quetzalcoatl continued, his presence radiating the kind of peace that comes from perfect balance. "I am called the feathered serpent because I embody what your people need to remember, that matter and spirit are not opposites, but dance partners, not competitors, but collaborators in the great work of creation." As the feathered serpent spoke, Itzel began to see visions that illustrated the teaching in ways more vivid than any words could convey. He saw the serpent part of Quetzalcoatl moving through rich earth, understanding the wisdom that lives in roots and stones and the patient processes that transform seeds into flowers. He saw the feathered part soaring through celestial realms, comprehending the patterns that connect star to star and the music that guides the movements of planets through their eternal dance. But most importantly, he saw how these two aspects work together, each one enhancing rather than competing with the other, creating a wholeness that was infinitely more beautiful and powerful than either earthly or celestial wisdom could achieve alone. Maybe you have experienced glimpses of this integration yourself, dear listener. Moments when the practical and spiritual aspects of your life seem to support rather than conflict with each other. When taking care of earthly responsibilities felt like a form of prayer and spiritual practice seemed to enhance rather than interfere with your effectiveness in the world. Return to your people, Quetzalcoatl instructed, "And teach them through your example how to live as I live, honoring both the earth that holds their bodies and the sky that calls to their spirits. Show them that they need not choose between material well-being and spiritual growth, but can dance between both realms in a way that brings blessing to everything they touch." When Itzel returned to ordinary consciousness, the sun had reached its highest point in the sky, and the temple platform where he sat was warm with light that seemed to carry within it something of the divine presence he had just encountered. He could hear the sounds of the great city below, the calls of merchants in the market, the splash of oars in the canals, the laughter of children playing in the plaza. But instead of these earthly sounds seeming separate from the spiritual realm he had just visited, they seemed to be part of the same great symphony, different instruments playing their parts in a music too vast and beautiful for any single consciousness to contain, but perfect in its wholeness. From that day forward, Itzel's way of being in the world became a living teaching about the balance that Quetzalcoatl embodied. When he conducted ceremonies in the temple, he did so with feet firmly planted on the earth and arms reaching toward the sky, his entire being a bridge between the realms he served. When he worked in the gardens, he tended the plants with the same reverence he brought to his most sacred rituals, understanding that nurturing life in any form was a way of participating in the creative work of the gods. The people began to notice the quality of peace that surrounded Itzel like a gentle aura, and gradually they began to ask him about the source of the balance that seemed to make everything he touched more beautiful and harmonious. Instead of giving long lectures about spiritual principles, Itzel simply invited them to join him in activities that naturally integrated earthly and celestial awareness. He taught them to tend gardens while singing prayers, to conduct business transactions with the same honesty and reverence they brought to temple ceremonies, to find in every daily task an opportunity to practice the presence that connected them simultaneously to the earth beneath their feet and the stars above their heads. Slowly, beautifully, the artificial separation between material and spiritual concerns began to dissolve in their community. The merchants began to see their trading not just as a way to accumulate wealth, but as a form of service that brought distant communities into relationship with each other. The priests began to understand that their spiritual practices gained depth and authenticity when they were grounded in genuine care for the earthly well-being of the people they served. The floating gardens produced more abundantly than ever, as if the plants themselves responded to being tended by people who had learned to see gardening as a form of prayer. The ceremonies became more powerful and meaningful, as if the gods were pleased to be honored by people who brought their whole selves rather than just their spiritual aspirations to the act of worship. The great city continued to prosper, but now its prosperity felt different, more sustainable, more generous, as if the wealth flowed not from grasping, but from giving, not from taking, but from participating joyfully in the great circulation of gifts that kept the universe abundant and alive. And all is well. All has always been well, in the eternal dance between earth and sky, and the gentle wisdom that teaches us to honor both the ground beneath our feet and the stars above our heads, where the same feathered serpent energy that moved through Itzel moves through you now, ready to help you find the perfect balance between tending your earthly responsibilities and nurturing your spiritual growth, discovering that the two enhance rather than compete with each other in the beautiful wholeness that emerges when we learn to fly with our feet on the ground. All is well. The Condor and the Eagle. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the great wings that span the distance between mountains and sky, teaching you that wholeness comes not from choosing sides, but from learning to soar in the space where differences meet and become one. This is a sacred story from the Quechua people, the Runasimi, who called themselves the people who speak the true language. They were descendants of the great Inca civilization that ruled over 12 million people across an empire stretching 3,000 miles along the spine of South America. Their homeland lay in the towering Andes Mountains of what would one day be called Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and parts of Chile and Argentina. But they knew it as Tawantinsuyu, the realm of the four sacred directions united under the protection of the great condor's shadow. Listen now, as if you rest on ancient terraces carved into the steep mountainside above the sacred valley of Urubamba, near the cloud-wrapped citadel of Machu Picchu. You are high in the Cordillera Oriental, where the Amazon rainforest meets peaks that soar over 20,000 feet into the thin air, where only condors and mountain spirits know how to breathe easily. This is the heartland of the Inca Empire, where stone cities cling to mountainsides so steep that clouds gather below your feet. The air itself seems woven from starlight and the breath of sleeping gods. The season is Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun's return. The great star begins its journey back toward the people after the longest night. The entire empire celebrates with ceremonies that stretch from the coastal deserts to the jungle lowlands. The year is 1450, during the golden reign of Inca Tupac Yupanqui. The great stone roads of the empire carried Chasqui messengers, swifter than the wind, across distances that would challenge even the condors. Royal storehouses built into mountainsides held enough grain to feed every person in the four quarters of the world through many seasons of abundance. Ancient Amaru speaks these words in the musical language of the mountains. His voice is gentle as wind through the ichu grass that grows at 14,000 feet, where the earth meets the sky. Around him, the snow-capped peaks of Huascaran and Ausangate pierce the heavens like spears of the gods. The air carries the sacred scent of burning coca leaves and the distant sound of wooden flutes echoing from valleys so deep and green they seem to reach toward the heart of Pachamama herself. There was once a time when the great birds could not fly together. Condor ruled the southern skies above the high peaks of the Inca realm. Eagle commanded the northern territories toward the lands of the Maya and Aztec. Between them lay division that split the very air above the empire. In the vast realm where the Andes rose like the spine of the world, stretching from the equatorial peaks of present-day Ecuador down through the sacred valleys of Peru to the windswept altiplano of Bolivia, there lived two creatures whose magnificence was matched only by their pride. They could not share the endless sky that belonged to both. Condor was the undisputed lord of the southern winds, master of the thermals that rose from valleys so deep that their floors, thousands of feet below, were shrouded in perpetual mist, where the Amazon headwaters began their journey toward the distant Atlantic. His wings were broader than the doors of the royal palaces in Cusco. They could carry him higher than any other living thing, so high that he could look down upon the jagged peaks of the Cordillera Blanca and see the curvature of the earth spreading beneath him like a vast tapestry. His domain stretched from the glacial peaks of the southern empire, near what would someday be called Chile, northward to the great lake Titicaca, where the first Inca Manco Cápac had emerged from the sacred waters. In all that territory, he flew alone, acknowledging no equal, accepting no companion, believing that his solitary grandeur was the natural order of things. Eagle ruled the northern skies with equal majesty but different grace. His territory extended from the high valleys around Cusco northward through the cloud forests of the eastern Andes, where orchids bloomed in colors that had no names, where condor soared with patient power on wings that barely moved. Eagle flew with swift precision. He dove and climbed through air currents with a speed that made even the legendary Chasqui runners seem slow by comparison. Like Condor, Eagle flew alone through skies that stretched over territories the Inca were still conquering. He was convinced that his particular gifts made him the rightful ruler of all the northern air above the expanding empire, certain that sharing space with another great bird would diminish rather than enhance his own magnificence. Between these two aerial kingdoms, In the high passes near Cusco, where north met south, lay a zone that neither bird would enter. Here the air currents from different regions of the vast empire created invisible boundaries, as real as the carefully fitted stone walls that marked the borders between the four quarters of Tahuant and Suyu. The winds fought each other in turbulence that made flight dangerous, even for creatures with wings strong enough to ride the storms that swept down from glacial peaks. The people throughout the empire felt this division in their daily lives, from the farmers tending terraced fields, carved into mountainsides so steep they seemed to defy gravity, to the priests conducting ceremonies in stone temples that commanded views across valleys where llama herds grazed on grasslands 2 miles above sea level. Storms would build and dissipate without pattern. Rains would come when they were not needed and stay away when the carefully engineered agricultural terraces thirsted for water. The winds that should have carried seeds and pollen from valley to valley across the empire instead seemed confused, blowing first one way and then another without the steady purpose that allowed the high-altitude ecosystem to flourish. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense that some area of your life remains divided against itself, that there are parts of your experience that seem unable to work together harmoniously, creating turbulence where there could be smooth flow, conflict where there could be cooperation. In this time of atmospheric confusion, there lived a young shaman named Chuya. Her gift for traveling between worlds had manifested when she was still small enough to ride on her grandfather's shoulders up mountain paths that led to places where the veil between ordinary reality and the realm of the mountain spirits grew thin as morning mist. Even the most experienced weather readers among the Inca's agricultural specialists found themselves unable to predict what the sky would do from one day to the next across the vast territories of the empire. Chuya had learned to read the language of the winds from her grandmother, who had learned it from her grandmother, in an unbroken chain of women stretching back to the time before the Inca, when the mountains themselves were young and the first people learned to live at altitudes where the air was so thin that every breath required conscious effort. But the winds were speaking a confused language now, torn between the competing influences of the great birds who refused to share the sky above the empire. Chuya knew that unless this division could be healed, the weather patterns that sustained all life in the high Andes would continue to deteriorate until the very balance that allowed the Inca civilization to thrive in these impossible places would be lost. She prepared herself for the most dangerous journey a mountain shaman could undertake in the thin air of the high Andes. She would travel in spirit to the realm where the great birds flew, that domain of wind and cloud and air so rarefied that human consciousness could venture there only with the protection of the most powerful allies and the blessing of the Apu, the mountain spirits who had watched over all who dwelt in these peaks since the world was young. For 3 days and 3 nights, while the confused winds howled around her stone shelter and the uncertain weather shifted between snow and rain and brilliant sunshine that lasted only minutes before disappearing behind clouds, Chuya entered the deep trance state that would allow her spirit to separate from her body. Her grandmother sat beside her motionless form, burning the finest coca leaves and singing the protection songs that had been passed down through generations of mountain women. Up through layers of atmosphere that grew thinner and colder with each ascending level, Chuya's spirit traveled, up past the realm where eagles hunted above the cloud forests and condors soared above the glacial peaks in their separate territories, up to the place where sky became space and the air itself was so rarefied that only pure consciousness could survive. There, in that zone where the Earth's atmosphere met the cosmic winds that moved between planets, she found herself in the presence of both great birds, not as enemies facing each other across the invisible border that divided the northern and southern skies above the empire, but as two aspects of a single magnificence that had somehow forgotten its own unity. Condor hung in the thin air, with wings spread wide as the doors of the great temples in Cusco. His dark eyes held depths that reflected the wisdom of mountains and the patience of geological time. Eagle hovered nearby, with wings that beat so fast they seemed to be made of light itself, his golden eyes bright with the intelligence of swift decisions and the courage of those who dive without hesitation. In that high place, where the ordinary rules of territory and competition had no meaning, Chuya could see what the great birds themselves had forgotten. They were not competitors for the same limited sky, but complementary forces, not enemies dividing the air above Tahuantinsuyu, but dance partners whose different gifts were meant to work together. Great ones, she spoke in the respectful tone that shamans throughout the empire learned to use when addressing beings whose power could reshape the weather patterns. The people throughout all 4 quarters of the empire suffer because the sky is divided against itself. Your separation creates confusion in the winds that should carry life from place to place in the steady, predictable patterns that allow our civilization to thrive in these high places. Condor's great head turned toward her. His voice, when he spoke, was like the sound of wind moving through mountain passes, carved by centuries of patient erosion. Young shaman, I have always flown alone above the southern territories of the empire. My strength comes from solitude, my wisdom from the silence of the heights, where no other voice competes with the teachings of the mountain spirits. Eagle's response came with the swiftness that characterized everything about his nature, his words sharp and clear as sunlight on snow. I need no companion to fly swift and true above the northern reaches where the empire expands toward new territories. My domain is sufficient, my skills complete. Why should I complicate the perfection of my solitary flight? But as they spoke, Chuya began to weave between their words a different story, a vision of what their combined flight could create throughout the empire. Not the diminishment of their individual magnificence, but the multiplication of it into something neither could achieve alone. She showed them images of the great spiral dances that other birds performed together during migrations, how geese flew in formations that allowed each bird to benefit from the wind currents created by the others, how even small birds could cross territories as large as entire provinces of the empire by understanding how to work with rather than against the atmospheric forces around them. Maybe you have experienced moments like this yourself, dear listener. Times when you realized that what you thought would compromise your individual strength would actually enhance it. That cooperation could multiply rather than divide your personal gifts, creating something more beautiful and effective than anything you could achieve alone. Slowly, as Chuya continued to speak of unity that honored rather than erased differences, the great birds began to remember something they had forgotten. They began to recall a time before their separation, when their combined flight had created the very atmospheric patterns that brought balanced weather to the mountains, when their different gifts had worked together like the 2 wings of a single, unimaginably magnificent bird. Condor's patient soaring had created the steady currents that carried moisture from the Pacific Ocean across the coastal deserts and up the western slopes of the Andes to the high valleys. Eagle's swift diving had stirred the air in ways that prevented stagnation and moved weather systems through their proper cycles. Together, they had been the living breath of the sky itself above the empire. Let us remember, Condor said finally, his voice carrying a note of wonder, as if he were discovering something precious that had been lost for so long he had forgotten it ever existed. How our flight together created the winds that allowed the empire to flourish in places where other peoples could never dream of building cities among the clouds. Let us fly as one sky above one empire. Eagle agreed, his own voice softening with the recognition of how much his solitary magnificence had actually cost him in terms of the joy that comes from perfect partnership. What happened next was visible from every village throughout the empire. The two great birds began to fly together, not in competition, but in a dance, so beautiful it seemed to redesign the very air around them, creating flight patterns that would be remembered in the empire's songs and woven into textiles that captured in thread and dye the graceful spirals and sweeping arcs that wrote messages of unity across the sky. Condor's patient spirals created columns of rising air that Eagle used for swift ascents to heights where he could survey territories as vast as entire modern countries. Eagle's rapid movements stirred currents that gave Condor new paths for his soaring routes through the sky that revealed perspectives neither had been able to achieve alone. As they danced together through the thin air above the peaks, the confused winds below began to organize themselves into patterns that made sense again throughout the empire. The weather systems that had been chaotic started to flow in steady cycles that the people could read and predict. Rain came when it was needed for the growing crops on terraces that climbed mountainsides like green prayers offered to the sky. Sunshine arrived at the proper times for harvest celebrations. The winds carried seeds and pollen in their ancient roots that connected valley to valley. The flight of the united birds became more than just a healing of division in the sky above the empire. It became a teaching about the kind of cooperation that multiplies rather than diminishes individual gifts, the kind of unity that enhances rather than erases differences, the kind of partnership that creates something infinitely more beautiful and powerful than either participant could achieve alone. From that day forward, travelers on the great stone roads would sometimes glimpse the two great birds flying together above the peaks, their combined dance-writing messages across the sky in a language that spoke directly to the heart about the wholeness that becomes possible when apparent opposites discover they are actually complementary forces in a single magnificent system. The people throughout Tahuantinsuyu learned to read these flight patterns as promises that the weather would remain balanced, that the atmospheric forces that sustained life in the thin air of the high mountains would continue to flow in harmony, that the sky itself had remembered how to be whole above an empire that had learned the secret of uniting different peoples and different territories into a single civilization. And all is well, all has always been well, in the great dance that unites what seemed forever separate, and the patient wisdom that discovers partnership where there appeared to be only competition, where the same sky that holds both Condor and Eagle holds all the different aspects of yourself, ready to dance together in the wholeness that emerges when you stop choosing sides and start celebrating the beautiful completeness that was always waiting to be remembered above the empire of your own heart. All is well. The dolphin's wisdom. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle current of the great river, teaching you that sometimes the wisdom we need to find our way home comes from those who move between worlds with grace and know the secret pathways that connect heart to heart. This is a sacred story from the Yagua people, the Nihamwo, who call themselves the people of the river, whose wisdom flows like the endless waters through the heart of what they name Ururinas, the great forest that breathes with 10,000 rivers. They dwell deep in the Amazon basin of what would one day be called Peru, in a realm where the forest is so vast that a person could travel for many moons in any direction and never reach its edges, where the canopy grows so thick that the forest floor lives in eternal green twilight. Listen now, as if you rest in a palm-thatched maloca built on stilts above the muddy banks of the Putumayo River, one of the great tributaries that feeds the Amazon like arteries feeding the heart of the world. Here the air hangs heavy with moisture and the scent of flowering vines. The sound of water lapping against dugout canoes mixes with the calls of 1,000 birds whose names exist only in the language of the trees. The season is the time of high waters, when the great river spreads beyond its banks and turns the forest floor into a maze of channels and lagoons where fish swim among the roots of towering cecropia trees. The year is 15 generations before the first European explorers will glimpse these waters from their wooden boats, when the shamans still traveled freely in their ayahuasca visions to consult with the plant spirits, and the pink dolphins still spoke directly to those who knew how to listen to the language that flows beneath the surface of all things. Elder Karaka speaks these words in the flowing language of the river people, his voice soft as water moving over smooth stones, while outside the Maloka, the evening chorus of frogs and insects creates music that has played without interruption since the world learned to dream in green and gold, and the pink dolphins surface in the dark water with soft breaths that sound like gentle laughter echoing across the flood. There was once a young fisherman named Yaku who lost his way on the great river. The waters had risen higher than anyone could remember. Familiar landmarks disappeared beneath the flood. Yaku's canoe drifted far from home, into channels that seemed to lead nowhere. In the vast network of waterways that spread through the forest, like the veins in an enormous leaf, where every bend in the river revealed new passages, and every tributary opened onto 3 more streams that wound deeper into the green heart of the world. Yaku had always been known as one of the most skilled navigators among his people. His grandfather had taught him to read the subtle signs that told which way the current flowed strongest, how to recognize the particular shade of brown that meant deep water suitable for the largest fish, which bird calls indicated safe camping spots on high ground that would remain dry even when the river rose to swallow the lower terraces where the women usually planted their gardens. But now the river had changed into something he no longer recognized. The annual flood had come with unusual force, transforming familiar fishing grounds into an endless maze of channels that seemed to multiply like the branches of the great cecropia trees, each passage looking identical to all the others, each turn leading to more confusion instead of the clarity that would guide him home to the village where his family waited. For 3 days, Yaku paddled through water that reflected an unbroken canopy of green. He followed channels that seemed promising, but led only to dead ends where massive trees blocked further passage. He tried to retrace his route, but found that the current had shifted overnight, creating new passages while closing others, turning the familiar geography of his homeland into a liquid puzzle that seemed to change its shape with each passing hour. His food ran low, his water gourd emptied. Most troubling of all, his confidence began to dissolve like sugar stirred into river water, leaving behind a fear he had never experienced in all his years of navigating waters that had once seemed as familiar as the lines on his own hands. Perhaps you know this feeling, dear listener, this sense of being lost, not just in physical space, but in the landscape of your own life, when the markers that once seemed reliable disappear and every path you try seems to lead further from where you know you belong. On the 4th morning, as mist rose from the water like the breath of sleeping spirits, and the air filled with the calls of birds he could hear but not see in the green cathedral above his head, Yaku heard something that made him pause in his paddling, a sound like gentle breathing, rhythmic and calm, coming from somewhere nearby but impossible to locate, precisely in the maze of sound that bounced off water and leaves and the trunks of trees, so massive their roots created underwater caverns where fish gathered in schools that moved like single organisms. As he listened more carefully, letting his canoe drift with the current, while he tried to identify this new sound among the symphony of forest voices, Yaku saw a disturbance in the water ahead of him, a smooth gray shape breaking the surface, followed by another, and then another, moving in a pattern that seemed both purposeful and playful, like a dance performed for the joy of movement itself. River dolphins, the pink dolphins his grandmother had told him stories about since he was small enough to sit in the bow of her canoe while she taught him the names of plants and the habits of fish and the deeper mysteries that connected all life in the great forest. But these were not the dolphins of her stories, who appeared as magical beings capable of taking human form and luring young men and women into underwater realms where different laws applied. These dolphins moved with a gentleness that seemed to emanate peace, like ripples spreading from a thrown stone, as they surfaced and dove in graceful arcs that barely disturbed the water. Yaku felt his fear beginning to dissolve, replaced by a calm attention that he had not experienced since his confusion began. One of the dolphins, larger than the others, and with a dorsal fin marked by scars that spoke of long experience navigating these waters, approached his canoe more closely than wild dolphins usually dared. Instead of diving away, when it saw him, it remained at the surface, its intelligent eyes meeting his with a direct gaze that seemed to communicate something beyond what words could carry. In that moment of eye contact, Yaku felt a shift in his understanding, not just about his immediate situation, but about the nature of being lost itself. The dolphin's gaze seemed to suggest that perhaps he was not as lost as he believed, that perhaps the confusion he felt came not from the river changing, but from his own fear, clouding his ability to read signs that remained constant beneath the surface of apparent chaos. The dolphin turned and began to swim slowly toward a channel that Yaku had noticed, but dismissed as too narrow to lead anywhere important. But instead of disappearing into the passage, it paused at the entrance and looked back at him, its posture unmistakably invitational, as if it were asking him to follow. Maybe you have received such invitations yourself, dear listener, gentle suggestions from unexpected sources, that perhaps the path forward lies not where your worried mind expects to find it, but in directions that your rational planning had overlooked or dismissed as unlikely. Yaku hesitated, his practical mind arguing that following a dolphin made no sense when what he needed was to find human landmarks and familiar water. But something deeper than logic urged him to trust this creature, whose ease in the maze of waterways spoke of knowledge that went far beyond what any single mind could calculate or remember. He paddled toward the narrow channel. The dolphin dove and surfaced ahead of him, maintaining just enough distance to remain visible, while never seeming to rush or grow impatient with his slower progress through water that reflected the sky in fragments broken by overhanging branches. As they moved together through passages that wound between islands Yaku had never seen, past groves of trees whose roots created natural bridges, and around bends that revealed vistas of water stretching toward horizons hidden by walls of green, he began to notice something remarkable happening to his internal compass. The anxiety that had been clouding his perception started to clear. His ability to read the subtle differences in current and color and the way light fell on water began to function again, as if the dolphin's calm presence was teaching him by example how to move through uncertainty without panic, how to navigate by feel and intuition when familiar landmarks were not available. The dolphin seemed to understand not just the geography of these waterways, but the emotional landscape of being lost, and the kind of guidance that could restore not just external direction, but internal confidence. It moved with a fluid grace that demonstrated how to work with the current rather than fighting it, how to find stability in motion rather than seeking the false security of trying to remain in one place when the nature of the river was constant change. Hours passed in this shared navigation, the dolphin leading, Yaku following, both of them moving deeper into channels that seemed to penetrate the very heart of the forest's mystery. But instead of feeling lost, Yaku began to feel found in a way that had nothing to do with knowing his exact location and everything to do with remembering his ability to be present with whatever the river offered, to read its moods and respond to its invitations rather than demanding that it conform to his expectations. As the afternoon light began to slant through the canopy in golden shafts that turned the water into liquid amber, the dolphin led him around a bend that opened onto a stretch of river that looked achingly familiar. There, on a rise of land that remained above even the highest flood, stood the distinctive group of Brazil nut trees that marked the approach to his home village. But more than recognizing the landmark, Yaku realized that he had never really been lost in the way he had imagined. The river had not betrayed him by changing its essential nature. His fear had simply made it impossible for him to see the continuity that had always existed beneath the surface variations caused by the flood. The dolphin surfaced one final time near his canoe, its eyes meeting his with what seemed like gentle amusement, as if it had known all along that the journey was less about reaching a destination than about remembering how to trust the current that carries all things toward their proper place when we learn to move with rather than against the flow of what is. When Yaku paddled into the village, his family and friends gathered at the water's edge with relief and curiosity about his 4-day absence, but he found it difficult to explain exactly what had happened, how he had been rescued not by superior navigation, but by learning to follow a guide who understood that sometimes the way home leads through unfamiliar territory that can only be crossed with the help of those who have learned to move between the world of surface appearances and the deeper realm where all waterways connect. From that day forward, whenever other fishermen found themselves confused by seasonal changes in the river's patterns, Yaku would share not techniques for avoiding disorientation, but wisdom about how to remain calm within it, how to look for guides who might appear in unexpected forms, how to trust that the very waters that seemed to be leading them away from safety might actually be carrying them toward a deeper understanding of how to find their way home. The story of Yaku and the dolphin became one of the teaching tales that parents shared with children who were learning to read the river's moods and navigate its ever-changing geography. But more than practical instruction about seamanship, it carried deeper wisdom about the kind of guidance that comes not from maps or landmarks, but from learning to recognize the teachers who appear when we most need to remember that being temporarily lost can become the beginning of being found in ways we never imagined possible. And all is well. All has always been well. In the fluid movement that connects all waterways, and the gentle guidance that appears whenever we stop fighting the current and start trusting the intelligence that flows beneath the surface of all confusion, where the same wise dolphins that guided Yaku through the maze of channels swim through the waters of your own heart, now ready to show you that the way home often leads through territory you never expected to explore, but which teaches you exactly what you need to know about finding your way with grace. All is well. Now just let the ambient music and the binaural beats continue to play to the end. All is well with you. All is well.